Hold on. Hold on. You're telling me they have gamer beds? Hold on, I had to end that starting soon screen early. You're telling me they have gamer beds? Like I could use so you're telling me I could stream from bed? I might even get my blanket off of my bed. I think you guys it's freaking cold. It is so cold. I have my feet. Can you hear that? I have my feet on a heat pack right now. I have Oh, okay, let me actually show you guys. Dude, I'm chilly. I'm chilly right now, you guys. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me turn on my camera for a second. Look at it for a moment to my Legos to make sure it's not like pointed at my freaking face. Alright, let me just get like an angle you guys can kind of see stuff at. I've got cup noodles, very warm. And I've just been like holding on to them like this. I've just been holding on to them because I'm really cold. I've got my giant jacket. My giant jacket on. I've got giant sweatpants on. Dude. It's so cold. It's so cold. Is this the Vod of Miia stream? Yeah, it's the Vod of Miia stream. Hi. I don't like cup noodles. I don't even like them, man. It's just I'm trying to take the lid off. Yeah, I've got like hot coffee too. It's just so it's like the hottest thing I could bring to my room. Were the cup noodles. It's the hottest thing I could bring. So I just had I know, yeah, these are the bowl is like it's like styrofoam. It's like styrofoam, so it's like I could microwave it. So like I could microwave it. Also, Chud, but with the 20 stream watch streak, holy shit, dude, that's awesome. Actually, as if we didn't microwave it before, isn't that like the clip of the little kid that like set his microwave on fire because he tried to microwave the cup noodle without putting the water in it? But, dude, it's like we have heating. Yes, we have heating, obviously. But here's the thing. I don't know if it's just my circulation. Also, this looks... Man, these cup noodles look nothing like the picture, bro. The picture looks really appetizing. The noodles are kind of like glassy. This just looks like regular ramen, bro. This is just... It's really hot. It's really hot. I can't even eat it yet. But it's like... Dude, I don't know if it's like my circulation or what. But it's like, especially when I get cold. Like, okay, the last time I went to class... Like, last Wednesday when I went to school, my classes are in the afternoon and evening. So, like, obviously it's gonna be colder outside because the sun is setting. It's like my feet go numb. My feet go numb, and I know you guys are toes. My toes go numb. I can't feel my toes, and sometimes I get worried because I'll come home and I'll have to, like, I'll literally have to run my toes under hot water. Obviously, I wear socks. I wear thick socks. Yes, I do already, but they just go numb. They go numb in my car. I get cold. I get cold really, really easily. It's like I have to... Yeah, dude. No. It's like I have to warm them up so that they don't get, like, too cold. Dude. I get it. Vitamin deficiencies are symptoms. Okay, so... One of my friends, I was complaining. Okay, guys. So I was complaining about being like, I don't know, something. I was like, I've just felt off the last few days. I have type 2 diabetes. I'm fat and I have type 2 diabetes. That's why my feet get cold. Apparently, like I feel like I looked it up some other time. Apparently, it's just like something that happens more commonly in women. But I had too many nacho. Oh, I had too many nacho fries, and now I have type 2 diabetes. And speaking of Oaf being here, you guys, holy shit! Do you know how many people, like you guys saw in the Discord how many people pinged me and was like, Mia, you're on my Twitch recap. Do you know how many people fucking DM'd me when they like, I don't know, it must have been like this morning or some shit, or like early afternoon when they rolled out the Twitch recap thing, because. Holy fuck, I was getting so frustrated because I was getting pinged in my Discord, and then I was getting DMs like left and right. Like, holy shit, Mia, you're on my why are you at the top? I don't even watch you, like, unironic. Yeah, that also is really funny. Oaf, so, a little bit of, like anecdote about me and Oaf. We... Mr. Spanner! Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What were you doing? Appreciate you coming by to hang out. A little... a little bit of, anecdote about me and Oaf. Lately, the only things that we've talked about, probably in the last, like, month or two, or even more, has been Christmas gifts and Taco Bell. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. Only Christmas gifts and Taco Bell. But I was at, like, the top of his, like, Twitch recap, and I know Oaf is busy. I know he doesn't watch me. My second place didn't even reach half of the watch time of my top streamer. I think, Jolly Blast, I'm throwing a Baja Blast at you. Yeah, I think my most watched streamer was Lumi, because, you know, I just like to hang out in her chats. Half the time I'll even have her stream open while I'm streaming, just because I like just vibing with it. And then it was Neon. They're not very good. I will tell you guys that. These cup noodles are not very good. Don't buy them. But also, dude, we're fucking in there. We're the... I noticed that the Twitch recap only goes up... It only says top 10% for these categories. Something insane to me is we were top 10% of just chatting streamers. You realize just chatting is like every streamer on Twitch, right? That's literally every streamer on Twitch. That's like the biggest... That is the biggest category on Twitch, bro. We're up there. We're up there, you guys. And then also, obviously, Factorio. We had Factorio, and I guess just because the subathon was so long, it put special events as one of my top categories. 24 years of man hours wasted through Miia. No shot. Is 200,000 hours like 24? That's true. 90% of people on Twitch don't stream, so it's like I win this by default. It feels like cheating a little bit, but I do win by default, and I like that. No, that's what I'm saying. Like a fox, that's what I'm saying. So the Twitch recap only says top 10%. I don't think... I haven't seen anybody have a different number for their percentage, so I think it's either nothing or 10%. But also something that was most shocking to me is that I want you guys to like look at my follow count right now. Not for like the 9/11 thing on the goal. I just noticed that. That's like totally different. As for the fact that this says sure. It's for the fact that this thing right here says that we gained 8.3 thousand followers this year. So that means last year I only had like freaking 1,000 followers. That is so fucked to me, bros. That is so fucked to me, bro. We only had like 1,000 followers last year. It's been almost a year, bro. Yeah, we did kind of grind. Hello, Dramix. Dramix is one of the people that DM'd me and was like, "Hey, why the fuck are you on my Twitch recap?" If I go like right off my like the ones that I did respond to very fast, it was like okay, that was something else. One of my friends, Slim, Dramix, Saf, like, damn, man, that's oh no, dude. Yeah, but I don't know, I feel like I'm really happy just looking at this recap, man. It's like, we really grinded this shit out, dude. I think that is awesome. I don't know. It's really nice. I didn't beat Forsen, I'm sorry. Nah, Dramix, I'm like disgusted. That's how I was fucking, cause we were sharing our recaps and stuff. I was disgusted. Who was it? It wasn't Riri, it was... It was, I'm airing people's business out now. I'm going through other people's recaps. Like fucking, like Neon watched 326 live hours of XQC. I was actually a little bit happy. Based? What the fuck do you mean based? Bro? Next year Squibby will be the biggest emote. Yeah, well Squibby's already, dude, Squibby already was the biggest emote, you guys. That right there, all the way on the left side, that's like the number one used emote in the channel. Squibby already won. It's already like year of the Squib. It can be bigger. I'm sure it can. Can't imagine why. Yeah, I like the Squibby. I'm a fan of it. But you know what? I'm trying to see some of the underdogs. I'm trying to see some of the underdogs come out next year. All right, let's see if I can have this so that it's not blocking chat and we can still read everything. I think we can still read everything like this. But let me give you my top picks. We're gonna bet, like sports betting. My top picks, let me go through my emotes. My top picks, I think, for next year's emotes. Who I'm trying to see on top, I want to see, all right, I definitely want to see the flower. I want to see the flower. I think I want to see this, the slow. I want to see slow on top. And my next pick, I think I want to see the sob on top. I want to see the sob on top. Those are my 3 picks for next year. Gauge to the moon. See, that's the issue with the Gauge one. It's a tier 3 sub. Tier 3 sub emote. As a tier 3 emote, unless you think you can get every single human being Vod of Miia tier 3. It's gonna be a very difficult run for that emote. I'll do it myself. Nothing shock got robbed. Dude, that's a classic one, and you know what? The only reason that I haven't redrawn that emote yet, because you guys know I've been going through my emotes and redrawing them just so they kind of fit the new model. The only reason I haven't updated that one yet is because it's got soul, man. I know, yeah, it's a classic. I know you guys like that one. But you gotta realize, most of the ones that I'm, like, updating, I'm not actually changing them. I'm going in, I'm changing the hair color and hairstyle, and that's it. But I know how you guys are, so I don't wanna mess with that one. I don't wanna hurt you guys like that. True, and Liz, keep it in the Discord if you do. Yeah, see, you guys don't want to see a change, so I'm not here to change it. If that's not what you guys want, I'm not here to change it. You put napkins under my cup noodle. Like that. Ooh, everything is so hot on my desk now. I think it's just... J-Phone, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling. We're gonna play something in a little bit. I don't actually know what we'll play. I was like, well, Red Dead Redemption 2 was on sale, like, 2/3 off. It's like 20 USD right now, if any of you guys don't have it. But I was like, well, maybe I can buy that. I did install it. I was like, maybe we can play that. I also bought Civ 6. We could also play that. You play horror games? Nah, I'm a pussy. I don't play horror games. But, so I was like, well, maybe I could also try Civ, you know, to get a little bit of experience before the collab, which I don't think we've actually, so let me check the group chat. I don't know if we've actually solidified a time. Because here's the thing, you guys, I'm gonna give you guys a little heads up about the time slot for it, because I know most of you guys here are NA/EU. So I messaged the group chat and I was like, well, the very earliest I would be able to do it is Saturday at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. on Saturday, because I've got my last final Friday evening, and then I go out with my family right after that for, you know, like, end of semester stuff. And and then they all just, because, you know, they're like European and like Australian, they all replied to it and they're like, yeah, that's a good time. That sounds like a good time. And I was like, oh. So, there's a non-zero chance that the collab might start at 1 a.m. Eastern time. Unless I can say, wait, pretty, please, can we? Because I tried to give them the beginning of the time, you know, like the beginning of the weekend that I'm available at. So that's like, you know, the very earliest at the weekend I would be available, but it might end up being a convenience. Do you hate us? You shouldn't be asking if I hate you. You should be asking if I hate myself. Because that's like the most hardcore self-sabotage I've ever done. Well, damn, Eastern is 3 a.m. for me. Do you hate me? What is it in Central Time? That would be midnight Central Time. Which, that's not a finalized time. That is not a finalized time. It is like, holy shit, that is like 5 days away. It's not a finalized time. I promise you guys, it's not a finalized time. I swear. What about the fumble with Cottontail? Dude, it's like, actually, it should be studied. Like, I need to be put in a lab and studied. Because it's crazy how, like, surely I can fumble every situation. Does that make sense, you guys? If anybody doesn't know the Cottontail incident, I ran into Tom and I was like, the Batsu cat is fucking ugly. I was like, he looks so fucked up and ugly. Why? What's wrong with him? And she was like, stop being so mean to him. And I was like, it was actually really fucking funny. It was actually really fucking funny, you guys. I'll be there. I survived the 11 minutes. The classic. Oh shit, that's one classic incident. Dude. The actual Vod of Miia classic, the 11-minute Factorio stream. The 11-minute actually, what was it? It was like 11 and a half hours. 11 and a half hours. The 11-minute Factorio stream. You guys remember that? That's why, that is actually why I need to keep the, that's why I haven't, like, set up the marathon Factorio stream or, like, the community one. Because literally, I know it's going to take so much time that I have to do it after my finals are done. I was there! But see, because I know it's going to be so time-consuming for the Factorio stuff, I know I have to wait until the semester's over. I have to do it in the winter break between my 2 semesters. Yeah, I never got the $50 either, dude. What a fucking scam! Play Minecraft then. See, my brain doesn't let me play Minecraft unless it's morning. It's nighttime right now, so I can't play Minecraft right now. I had to play a different game. Because my brain will make me go crazy. Speaking of going crazy, you guys, I've started drinking these ASMR. I've started drinking these. I'll show you just so you can see, like, exactly how absurd they look. Put my camera back on for a moment. I want you to see how absurd they look. These very, very tiny bottles of apple juice. They're 8 ounces. And I've been drinking them while I just, like, scroll on Twitter. Also, Zatsu, thank you so much for the 4 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. It means a lot, bro. Also, Nebula, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, man. Juice a child might enjoy. You guys are gonna be pissed at me if I decide to get up in the middle of stream and go to the fridge and get another bottle of apple juice. Actually, it's an average sized bottle. It's just cold outside. It's average! Just do it now. No, I have a warm drink. You know, using those meal replacement. Well, that may be a reason I didn't feel too great the last few days. That may be a contributing factor to why I didn't feel so great the last few days. I've had a lot of juice. Right, that's what I was gonna say, Chad. That's what I was gonna say. So, I was complaining about feeling sick to one of my real life friends, and they were like, "Have you been eating?" And I was like, "Well, not really." Salam! And then I was like, well, but I've been drinking. Well, I was like, well, I take my vitamins, you know, I take vitamins and stuff, and I've been drinking enough liquid. And then my friend was like, I don't know how you don't have scurvy, or some shit like that. And I was like, well, actually, there's no way I would get scurvy because I actually consume a lot of vitamin C because I drink juice every day. So it's like, I could get sick, you guys, but I'll never get scurvy because I drink it. Listen, this tiny little kid's juice bottle is 100% of your daily value of vitamin C. And I've had 2 juices today. So I had 200% vitamin C. I've had 200% vitamin C today, so there's literally no fucking way I could ever get scurvy. Ever heard of Yandere Sim? Yeah, that's the cum chalice guy. I remember, that's the guy that drank cum, the cum chalice guy. Where he said, consume the cum chalice, and then consumed it all over those guys. You guys remember that? You can't overdose on vitamin C. Emergency, like the little packets that you take to not get sick. That's like 1,000% your daily vitamin C. You may not be vitamin C deficient, but you are mentally deficient. Thank you for the medical advice, man. I'll remember that. Thanks! Yay! You just pee out. Yeah, literally. As long as your kidneys work, you can consume as much. As long as your kidneys work, you can consume as much of whatever you want. As long as your kidneys and your liver work, you can consume as much of whatever you want until they stop working. It's literally that simple. Tactical Cocaine! Thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Helpful to know. But that's why, well, that's why it's really bad. That is an excuse to not eat, though, you actual dude. But so here's the thing, you guys. It's like if you, but that's why it's like so important that your kidneys don't stop working, because if they stop working, then it's like it's not just like the stuff that you drink. Then it's like your blood, because your kidneys have to filter your blood so that you like piss out the stuff that you don't need. But if it can't do that, then you keep toxins in your blood and then you die. You get like gout or something and then you die. These noodles are really not good. But I have to finish them, bro. I have to finish them. It's what God intended. Why can't you overdose on vitamin C, but you can overdose on vitamin D? Why don't... Ooh. You know, don't you get vitamin D deficient in the winter because you don't go outside a lot? Isn't that something that's more common in the winter? Isn't it? There's less sunlight. There's less sunlight, and if so, for vitamin D, you need 15 to 30 minutes of good direct sunlight. I don't think I've... 15 to 30 minutes of direct sunlight. Like being outside. Demon Man! Like being outside. I wasn't outside at all today. I did not leave the house today. I think I got 0 minutes of sunlight because I stayed in my room. And... well, there's a skylight. Maybe... well... yeah, we did not get our sunlight. It's already nighttime though, so the opportunity for that's passed, but we did not get our sunlight for the day. But it's like, if you think about it, okay, so here's something that might freak you guys out. Never know.
I hope you freeze politely.
Well, at least it was polite. Thank you for the 11 months. I really appreciate it. Cleo! Hi, Cleo. Mission touch grass. That's what I'm trying to do, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than you might think it would be. But you guys are gonna, okay, you guys are not gonna like this. You might freak out a little bit when I try to show you this. But so, for the lighting that I have while I stream, let me turn on my camera. I think this is probably, I don't think there's anything reflective. It's probably fine. But if you can see this, so I have a giant ring light. That's how I get my light while I'm streaming. I have a giant ring light. And so, ooh, something's banging around. All right, that's good enough. But I keep that ring light on 24/7. It's on when I sleep. Bootleg Miia merch? No, that's like legit Miia merch. That is the prototype Miia standee. While sleeping? Yes, I keep it on while I'm sleeping. That's not great for your health? What? Why would it be bad for my health? What's the Lego set? The Lego set is, I believe it's called Assembly Square. It's part of the Lego Creator. Yeah, it's Assembly Square, part of the Lego Creator modular buildings. But, so, yeah, so basically with that super bright ring light that I keep on, it's for my face tracking so that I can have accurate face tracking, so there's light on my face. But yeah, I keep it on 24/7. Sometimes it does cause difficulty sleeping because there's a bright light in my eyes while I sleep, because when I lay in my bed, my face is facing that ring light. But, so think about it. It also makes my eyes really dry. But yeah, leaving the light on simulates sleeping under the stars. It's very natural. Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking, like, to a degree, this ring light can probably replace natural sunlight just because it is really bright. Why do you need it while sleeping? I don't need it while sleeping. I'm just, sometimes... So, a lot of times what I do after I stream is I just, like, get up and I go lay in bed. Depending on what I have to do. Sometimes I'll, like, brush my teeth and go lay in bed. Sometimes I'll just go lay in bed. And I just get sleepy, so I don't turn it off. Guys, why can't I sleep? I need to eat 5 melatonin gummies a day. It keeps a ring light on all the fucking time. It's the ultraviolets. It's LEDs. Well, it's still light, so... Isn't it pretty much the same thing? Wouldn't it pretty much be the same thing? No? Read about circadian rhythm. Because I will tell you guys, okay, so like 1 hour before I started my stream, you guys, Chad, one hour before I started my stream, I laid back in bed and I was like, I'm really tired. Why am I so tired? And I laid in bed. Which I'm thinking now was probably in part because I was really cold. But I was just like laying in bed. I was like, man, I don't want to stream today. I'm so cold. I'm so tired. Maybe it's because I keep the ring light on. Maybe I need to turn off. You need to get one of the starlight projectors. Dude, I used to get ads on, like, Instagram. Like, you know, those, like, dropship ads. I used to get all the ads for, like, the star, like, this, you could, like, stick the glow-in-the-dark stars on your ceiling. And I actually thought it was really cool. Rabbit, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. But I thought about that kind of stuff. I thought it was, like, kind of cool, but I never ended up, like, dropping money on stuff like that. But, because it's, like, I don't need a nightlight. Sometimes I sleep without any light, but really, when I'm in a hotel, I sleep with no light whatsoever. Also, hi! Hello! Like, if I sleep in the hotel, it's pitch black. There's no nightlight. But, oh yeah, shit, if Mia's on your Twitch recap, that's pretty fucking embarrassing, bro. Could cabin your ass is scared of the dark. No, I sleep in pitch black sometimes, but not in my room. Because in my room, my PC is like always on, right? So right off the bat, because my PC is always on, it's to a degree kind of like a nightlight. With my PC on, that's like a nightlight. My PC is actually pretty bright because I have all the LEDs set to white instead of like RGB rainbow. And then plus my lava lamp, because I have a rainbow lava lamp because I think it's pretty. I like my lava lamp because I think it's pretty. I have my little rainbow lava lamp I keep next to my monitors. You set it to sleep mode, right? So this is a controversial opinion. I think this may be considered a controversial opinion, but I think turning off your monitors from the monitor is the exact same, if not better, than putting your computer into sleep mode. Why? I'll answer that for you. So, don't argue with me. So, when you do this, you can actually just jiggle your mouse when you need to get back on your computer and everything's all loaded up. You don't have to wait for the computer to boot. And you would say, Mia, why would you have to wait for your computer to boot? You've got like these NVMe SSDs. Why? You don't need to wait for your computer to boot. That's where you're wrong, actually. Because my boot drive is an ancient 512 gig SATA card. So it's actually kind of slow compared to my other SSDs. Open Task Manager and look at your uptime. Gladly. I will gladly do that because, let me tell you, my uptime is not actually going to be that crazy because you guys remember when I unplugged my computer while I was streaming on accident? So let's see. Performance. Is it in my performance? How do I see my uptime? Startup? My last BIOS time was 12 seconds! Shouldn't your BIOS time not be above, like, 3? Shouldn't your BIOS be, like, under 3 seconds? It should be, like, really fast, shouldn't it? Especially for a PC like this. It's 12.5 seconds, bro. Have you updated drivers live on stream? No, I've got some stuff. No, it's not. It's fine. CPU is uptime. Okay, performance CPU. Let's see. This is 3 days, 9 hours, 37 minutes, 55 seconds. If you guys were curious. So, yes, it is actually under 100 hours. And maybe I'll restart my computer after stream. You need better storage and you won't need to worry about it, dude. It's because my boot drive is like almost full because it's a 512 gig card. It's like a really tiny card. So I want you guys to like compare these in your head. My boot drive is a 512 gig like probably 6-year-old card that's been used since I installed it. And my other cards are like 2 terabytes. And yeah, and they're not full. They're not anywhere near full. Yeah, I know storage is cheap. That's why I have good cards, but my boot drive is a shitty card because I don't know where our copy of Windows 10 is. Like my family's copy of Windows 10 is, because I'm pretty sure I would have to like, if I don't just like copy everything onto like another drive. Yeah, I know I have to move it off the drive. I have to move it off the drive. I don't want a 500 gig SSD. So something I think I've committed to. You can download that shit for free! It's just because I think my 2 terabyte card that I'm pretty sure I got my 2 terabyte card for like a little over 100. Like it was not that expensive. So when I get, you can download that shit for free on Microsoft's page. Let's go! Yeah, and dude, the hostile Twitch, in the span of 365 days, I streamed 255 times. I want you guys to think about this too. It's 255 times. Now consider how many times I went out of town and did not stream. And I was like physically unable to stream. I don't think you guys would be ready for the full power of Miia. Do you guys know how tempting it has been to start looking at like gaming laptops? Like, you know, so I could just take them with me wherever I go so I could always stream. Full-time Miia! That's right. Well, not full-time Miia. I gotta be responsible and focus on school. But kind of full-time Miia. You can see my model is spazzing out every time I try to eat my noodles, man. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me trying to like eat and drink as fast as possible. School of streaming? No, I go to college for science. Just vlog your classes, dude. Dude, shut the fuck up. But what is it? Yeah, I had some friends that have gotten gaming laptops, and those things are so expensive. Like I saw one of my friends recently got a gaming laptop. I feel like I told you guys about this already, but it was like $1,000. It was like $1,000, but it had like a 4070 laptop 4070, so I think it's more like a 4060. But you guys think about it. If I were to keep some massive fuck off nightlight on 24/7, more like a 4050. Hey, as long as it's like with 40 series, bro, I've got a 3070. Even, dude, I've never been a fan of like gaming laptops, but it's like, dude, it's like having the ability, chat, think about it, having the ability for me to stream if I'm not at my house. Like, think about it. I go to Like, think about it. Okay, so if I were to, like, go to, like, fucking anime convention, like, if I went to Mile High Stream 1, dude, what if I buy plane Wi-Fi and we live stream from the plane? Dude, no. It's, yeah, so if, like, so think about it. If I went to, like, fucking, okay, like, Off-Kai. If I went to, like, Off-Kai and I still want to stream, like, 1 or 2 nights while I'm there, right? Just for, like, a couple hours at a time, then I could just get a gaming laptop. You are not live streaming on a plane. You can tell me I can't live stream on a plane, but I don't know if you guys saw the video of the guy that made fucking shrimp and grits in an airport bathroom. Not airport bathroom. Not an airport bathroom. He made freaking shrimp and grits on the airplane, in the airplane bathroom. He got frozen shrimp through the like frozen shrimp and a battery for a like stove through TSA. Also, Face, thank you so much for the 11 months, bro. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm ranting about airplane. Dude. That doesn't fuck with the GPS, though. Why the fuck would streaming mess with GPS? Why would streaming mess with the airplane people? Is that a crime? That guy looked, yeah, okay, Slim, you saw the video. Yeah, he did look kind of like Jack Black. But, that's illegal? God forbid a man have hobbies, bro. What? You Dwarf Fortress last video? Yeah. I like, there's honestly, Pyros, there's actually a fat chance I will end up just playing more Dwarf Fortress today because I didn't really get much done. Only because usually I play a lot more video, but I've been kind of low energy the last few days just because I've been EP. I haven't been eating enough, so I've been EP. But 3 hours, that's 1 hour dwarf. Let's go! You're telling me, so you're telling me it's illegal. Hypothetically, it would be illegal for me to go onto an airplane and try to boot up a Twitch stream from the airplane on the airplane Wi-Fi? Because I can go on the airplane and I can pay like $10 to get a free Wi-Fi. I think it would be good content, unironically. Do it, no balls. What are they gonna do? I'm just gonna have a flight attendant be like, you can't do that. And I'll be like, what the fuck do you mean I can't do that? I don't think it's the airliner. They cannot like me. They cannot like me. This is my business. Make sure to turn on TTS. Well, yeah, and I won't use earphones either. I don't think you'll have enough upload speed. This is true, Cleo, because I will say, I know even when I freaking pay money for the Wi-Fi on the plane, it takes like 30 seconds for me to send a text message, and it's so frustrating, man. I'm glad that I can just be home for a while and just not have to worry about anything like that. I imagine airplane Wi-Fi isn't strong enough to support a stream that is watchable. Yeah, but it's like, so what? I could set the bitrate. Okay, I could set the bitrate to like one bit per second, one singular bit per second. The native resolution to like, I don't know, like 140p or some shit, 144p. And then, just like the old Justin TV. Yeah, exactly. 1 bitrate insane. Yeah, or we could stream on Discord. It'll work if you just believe, don't listen to the haters. Yeah, that's the kind of affirmations I like to hear. Play Lethal Company. But Lethal Company is for groups. I'm a little scaredy cat. Also, Pyros, thank you so much for the follow and for the tier 1, bro. I really appreciate it, dude. It means a lot. Thank you so much, dude. We can get a 144p 5 FPS stream. And it's like, okay. That would be okay if I'm just sitting here talking because you don't really need to see any movement. But then I start playing a video game, then it might raise some issues, right? Maybe in the far future we'll miraculously figure out how to make better airplane Wi-Fi. Why don't we have better airplane Wi-Fi? No. Why don't we already? It's gotta be, dude. You know, it's probably big Wi-Fi like fucking lying to you. I always love someone just vibing. I appreciate it, man. It means a lot. Why do airplanes have bad? Let's figure this out together. Why do airplanes have bad Wi-Fi? It's because it gets overloaded. Okay, the Wi-Fi is bad because it gets overloaded. That's why. That's the short answer. It's terrible because they would have to pay more money for it to be better, and they'd have to pay more money for it to be better, and they don't want to do that. That's kind of, I don't know, I guess, yeah, planes need fiber optic, dude. Why don't the planes have fucking fiber optic? Also, Dance's Muffin, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. That made your music go crazy. I don't know. I've got the fucking My Hero music, and I've got like a Naruto song in this playlist. I don't know. I don't know, man. Any private sector, why don't we make it better? Is like we could, but cost. Yeah, so it's like this article I'm looking at right here says if the airlines lower prices or offer free internet, then usage rises from 6% to 60%. You're telling me only 6% of the people on the planes pay for Wi-Fi? Naruto would kill Deku. I agree. Yeah, Naruto would absolutely fucking body Deku, bro. Deku's getting mogged. I don't know. But I would. Why would you pay? I pay for playing Wi-Fi. I pay for playing Wi-Fi because I do schoolwork. I do schoolwork on the plane, so I need access to Canvas, and Canvas is like, I have to have access to it, man. She's getting scammed. Yeah, that's probably tax deductible, right? That's like my favorite thing to say. It's probably tax deductible, right? Yeah, it's Canvas, dude. I freaking hate it, man. And it's like, cause I have all the extensions. I have all the extensions. You can't download it before and upload it after. Well, let me put you into the shoes of a situation I was in the last time I was on a plane. Yeah, the second to last time I was on a plane, because this was when I was going home from New York. I had an assignment. So I flew home from New York. If any of you guys remember, this was like in the middle of the subathon, but in that gap. But your situations are usually sketch. No, this one is pretty normal. So I had like a relatively short flight, but I left New York at like maybe 10 p.m. But here's the issue is I wouldn't get home until after midnight. And I had an assignment that was due Sunday 11:59 p.m. And obviously I wasn't going to submit it while I was at an anime convention with my friends. So I typed the essay on the plane, but I had to submit it while I was on the plane. Plan your time better? No, that's cringe. That's so cringe. So I paid for the Wi-Fi. I paid for the Wi-Fi. Hey, no, you can be like, you should have planned better. When'd you get the assignment? This is a reminder that up until I went to the anime convention, that entire week I was doing a subathon. So it was assigned at the beginning of that week, which was, you know, during the subathon. It was assigned during the subathon. So I was a little busy guy. I was a busy guy. And yeah, truthfully, I just want to mess up the plane logistics and see how badly I can fuck it up. You know, to see if I can do something like really devious like that. I'll work on my procrastination later. Exactly. I took breaks during the subathon. Okay, I took breaks in the subathon for minor assignments. Like very small assignments that would have taken me only like 30 minutes or so. Like just like discussion board assignments. I'm reading this right during flying over the ocean. The whole plane has like a 40 megabits or megabytes. That's still not a lot. Wait, for everybody? I don't think I've never flown over ocean before though. I would say compared to the average person lately, I've flown a lot. But I've never flown over an ocean before. I don't think I ever want to do because that seems scary. Like imagine, so I would say like as an American, like imagine flying over like the Atlantic Ocean. I've never left North America. What the heck? What? Who's left North? Who is left? Have any of you guys? Okay, any of you guys in chat, have you guys ever left the continent that you like live on, like to travel? Have you ever traveled from to a different continent? Bro, yes? What the fuck? Wait, what? That's not normal. Guys, that's not normal. Okay, you guys are lying. I know you fuckers are lying because there's no way all of you have left the continent. Yeah, you guys, okay. Yeah, I'm not listening to that, okay. Okay. I'm sure it's normal for Europeans, I guess. Wait, yeah, are we poor? Shimmy, are we poor? Bro, what the fuck? But, I don't know, like, if I try to imagine, like, sitting in a plane, and you go over, like, the Atlantic Ocean, you're flying over this, like, ocean. Dude, for like hours. If your plane crashes there, nobody's gonna find you. If your plane crashes over the ocean, into the ocean, deep ocean, nobody's gonna find you. Why would it? Yes, they can find you, but they won't find you. You're still dying if it crashes into, bro. Bro, what are you spamming? What? Oh, this is satellite. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. It's all got all these features to be located, but there's what's the difference if it crashes over land, retard? Well, it's scary because the water's dark. It's scary because the water is dark and there's sharks in the water. There's sharks in the water. That's why it's scary, you guys. I'm like, think about it. That's what makes it so scary. Drowning? Yeah, exactly. Drowning is scary. Okay, listen. Like, you guys know freaking Subnautica? You guys know Subnautica? That's scary. There's mountain lions on land. I can run away from a mountain lion. I can't run away from a Reaper Leviathan. Okay. Reaper scares the fuck out of me. Exactly! Subnautica is scary. Yeah. And see, they don't know. You know what? They don't know. They don't know if there's monsters in the water, okay? You know why? Because the water's so deep. The water's so cold and the water's so dark. There's so much pressure under the water. They can't even look. They can't even look to see if there's stuff in the water, bro. I don't. Whenever I wipe my nose, it always makes my model's tongue stick out. But it's like they have no way of knowing. They have no way of knowing if there's like these freaking monsters in the water. She's not even out running a fat friend, dude. Those deep sea creatures are not coming up to the surface. Yeah, but if the plane crashes into the water, you're gonna sink into the water because the plane goes down into the water. Down. You can beat up 3 men and outrun a lion. You guys need to write this down. Add this to the list of my physical feats that I'm capable of. I can beat up 3 men. And I can outrun a lion. Okay, Google. What is water pressure? Yeah, so that's another scary thing is the water pressure. No planes go up. Era. I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to clarify that. I don't know what that means. Men. Boys. Just beat up power scaling. I could beat up 3 lions too. I would like to nominate Vod of Miia for dumbest motherfucker alive. I think I could beat up 3 lions as well. Do we have any way to accurately winnable? Yeah, I think it's winnable. Easy. Do we have any way to like simulate that? Is there any way to like simulate that? I think, unironically, I think cougars. I know a place, Link Pointer. It's like, so if I had a gun, chat, okay, if I had a gun, I could probably, how many lines do you think I could fend off? If I had a gun, I could probably handle like 10 lions. 0? I think I could take on 10 lions. Regular lions, not mountain lions. I'm talking like the big lions with manes. That roar. Do you think your taekwondo would be effective against the lions? Probably not. Cleo could beat 100 lions. Fuck. We're gonna get into like some Dragon Ball tier power scaling because I'm like, well, I gotta be stronger than Cleo. Cleo can take on 100 lions. Then I could probably stop a plane. Like, you put a plane on the runway, it's coming at me. I could probably stop it. I could stop it. Light work, no reaction. I could probably stop it. Is that more than I'm alpha so the lions wouldn't even attack me, they'd respect me? What I can't take on is Factorial alone? You're right! You're right, we have to play Factorial, Cleo. She's so right, you guys! Good thing shooting guns is scary but can beat 100 lions. It's the power of her psyche. She's got like psychic powers and it's like the lions will just stop mid-run. But yeah, I think if we have to power scale, I think I could stop a plane. Like with my bare hands. Like, cause the planes have like the front wheel and then the 2 back wheels, like a tricycle. I could just like put my hands out in like a, here, I'll try to demonstrate it for you guys because I'm really thinking this through. So it's like, if I put my hands out like this, and like this kind of like that, right on the wheel, I think I would be able to stop it if it was really, really coming at me. I would simply manifest winning in my mind and the lions would back down. Exactly! See, I'm saying it's the power of your psyche. Also, Witchy Mage, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us today. You had flashbang the pilot and they'd crash immediately? Just catch the crashing ocean plane? Well, see, okay, so I can swim. I can tread water, fine. But if you're gonna make me hold a plane while treading water, I don't think I could do that because that's like insanely fucking heavy. Do you guys realize how heavy a plane is? We'll figure it out together because this is actually stuff that I want to know. How heavy is a plane? And I guess if it's, okay, so they're about 150 to 220 tons. And assuming it's an American plane, we can add 5 tons onto that. That's really heavy. So I don't think I could tread water and hold a plane. If you guys are really curious, I don't think I can do it. Only 5. Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, okay? Actually, I thought, 5 tons was gonna be like a gross fat Americans joke, but now that I'm thinking about it, so how many people can a plane sit? Wait, how many people can a plane seat? $50 to $100. So we'll say 100 people. Wait, that would be like, if everybody was 100 pounds? If everybody was 100 pounds? Wait, that would be like 10 tons though. Not metric tons, but like 10 American tons. So 5 wasn't even like a good overestimate. That wasn't even an overestimate. It wasn't. Very few people are 100 pounds. There's also, dude, it would be like, you're right, the average American weight I think is like 180 pounds or something. And fuel and cargo, hold on. Average weight of an American. The average American man is 199.8 pounds. Wait, okay, sorry, I don't want to sound mean, you guys, but this is a 5'9" person is 200 pounds. That's not right. I know that's not right because I have friends that are like way taller that are like, oh no, I'm totally fat. That weigh like freaking less than that. This is not real, you guys. Why are Americans? Why do Americans 6'3" and 200? Yeah, I think that is like average. I think that is like a very average weight. What the f- Americans? The healthy range for men. This is okay. This is 6 foot. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this is 5'9". For a 5'9" man. What the fuck? I'm learning. Uh-oh, it's Twitch is hiccuping, guys. Don't freak out. Don't freak out, everybody, okay? Don't freak out. I'm 5'10" and 120. You're like Twain. Twain, are you still awake? Twain is like very, very skinny. That's back to drinking glow sticks. Weren't they actual porn sites that now use Twitch as a way to get even more people? Yeah. Yeah, because they have, it's like they link the socials in like a pinned message, and it's like links to OnlyFans. As just how it is. So, you know, we have to, there's a lot of stuff we gotta do, you guys. You technically are an ego. That's true. I am a girl on the internet. Girl, asterisk. Girl. Alright, it's an arguable point, but I would say I am a girl. Don't divide by 0, bro. But yeah, I finished my drink. 2020 was a tragedy for the internet. I can't even, like, pin down a specific thing that happened. Though, I don't really know. Like, girl, heavy quotes. But I don't even... Yeah, I am a girl guy in real life. That's right, I'm a girl guy in real life. Exactly. I've eaten as much of these noodles that I really want to. I don't really want to eat more of the noodles. But, dude, I don't know. There's no way that this, like, had just started, like, a week or two ago and, like, blew up. It, like, had to have been going on for, like, a pretty long time. I would assume. I don't know, man. It's just so confusing. All the years have started morphing together since 2017. Dude, I don't think years have started morphing together since 2022. I guess since I started streaming. Then stuff started, like, I don't know if you can see me moving. I'm spinning in my chair. But I guess 2022 is really when, I feel like stuff started merging together, because that's when I only started streaming last year. But, because I can remember very, very, like, what is the word? Very distinctly. Like, 2016, 2017, freshman year of high school, and 2018, my sophomore year of high school, 2019, my junior year of high school, 2020, my senior year of high school, and then 2020, and then everything was locked down, but I still remember it. I still, like, distinctly remember it. I think they test boundaries all the time. They just found the breach. Dude, how is it even? Dude, it was so crazy because I saw, like, I had seen people get banned, like, VTubers, not people. They don't deserve to be called people. But I've seen, like, VTubers get banned for showing, like, less booby. Like, banned for longer periods of time for showing, like, less booby than those streamers. Hello, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, like, for having, like, yeah, VTubers aren't people, and I stand by that statement. But it's like, they, for, like, VTuber underboob, and I thought it was funny. I saw some people on Twitter like, oh, so Nanner should be able to use her Halloween model now, right? Because her Halloween model, that Dia did has, like, slime over the boobs. And it was months ago, and IRL privilege. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's just ultimately what caters to the, like, which kind of content caters to the Twitch mods. VTubers are like gamers, the most oppressed of Twitch streamers. Yeah, everybody hates on the anime girl. They say, show your face, fat boy. Show your face, you're a fat boy. And I have to say, no, I'm not a fat boy. But I can't show you. Actually, I think the last time, show your face, fat boy. I think the last time somebody actually came in my chat and did that, I just pulled up, like, a picture of myself on stream. Because then they're just like, oh, well, fuck you.
Just puppy fat puffy cheeks.
I don't know. Thank you for the 15 months. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Fat boy. Fat boy. Yeah, that's what they say to me. They dance around me and call me fat boy while I use my anime girl avatar. And I don't know what to do. But it's like, I don't know. Relatable? And they threw beans at me. Yeah, they threw peanuts at me. Like some kind of circus animal. But it's like, I think I don't know, I just think it's funny because if any of you guys remember from like during the subathon when I started being on the front page, it was like, wait, you're a real person? It's actually AI generated. I've got a model that's been trained on tens of thousands of hours of my speech to be able to create a seamless AI experience. Complete with me coughing. Complete with coughing noises. That's a really advanced AI thing, actually. But it's like, I don't know if you guys remember at like the very beginning of me being on the front page, like during the subathon still, there would be like a shit ton of people that would come into the stream and be like, you're fucking ugly, show your face. What the fuck is wrong with you, basement dweller? I didn't really understand. I didn't understand. I don't like this AI. Can you make it cute? Yeah, coughing noises were over half of the training data. That's why she sounds so weird, because I trained it on coughing noises. But I was like confused, man, because it's like, why are these people so mad at anime? It's just anime. They got, oh yeah! I was like AFK for this, during my subathon. We were watching Wendigoon, and I guess I'd stepped away from my computer. And typical XQC fashion. I'd stepped away from my computer, and some dude came in my chat and was just freaking out, like, so mad. And was like, I hate you, you're fucking virgin, ugly virgin. And they were like, your facial hair's ugly! Or some shit like that. Because they thought that I was Wendigo. They were bullying him because they thought he was me! You're not Wendigoon? I'm sorry. How dare they make fun of the beard? Yo, I actually... yeah, it's some deep lore. I'm actually Wendigoon. Don't fucking tell him. Don't tell him, but I'm him. But I've actually had a lot of like Wendigoon posts like promoted in my feed. I don't know. Oh, you have to leave after the show that killed the stream. Oh, yeah, it's okay. I had to restart my computer a few times. I guess I must have like, maybe I'd also hit the Ethernet cable or something, because I just wasn't getting internet on my PC. But after I restarted my computer a few times, everything came back, and it was okay. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. Exactly, man. Anime is like a cilantro. It's either you either get it or you hate it, no in between. But that's like, don't disrespect him. He's the reason we get to laugh. That's true. That's true. I guess it's like, I don't know. I understood it like when I was in middle school. It was like if like I saw kids that I was friends with, because I was friends with those kind of kids, like get made fun of if they got like caught like doodling anime or some shit on their papers in school. But I am him. I've always been him. I will continue to be him. But it's like, that was like, dude, that was like freaking like 8 years ago. That was like 8 That was like 8 years ago, man. It's like, I feel like anime is pretty like normalized now. I think it's like, I feel like most people, okay, boomer. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You are gonna call me a boomer. But it's like, that, yeah, I guess it's like that, and people who try to convince everyone anime is lolly. Dude, that pisses me off, dude. We were scrolling through the comments yesterday on stream, actually, of that tweet that I made that like popped off, and there was somebody that was like, well, you're a pedophile. Because my model didn't have boobs. I guess that's like on the other spectrum of hating Naruto. Not Naruto. I just saw Naruto in the chat. I'm like, Naruto! Of hating anime. Because there's like the anime is cringe. anime is cringe and gay, it's stupid, or anime is pedophile. I was just someone who hurts your country story, dude. What the fuck? Anyone without boobs is a literal child. Exactly. How can people think anime is lolly when anime has the biggest tits ever? That's a very good point. You make a very good point, actually. Old Pippi looked like Mizugaki. Well, my old Pippi looked like Jeff the Killer. I don't know what you're talking about. It was Jeff the Killer.
Matonian flower.
Holy shit, tier 3! Thank you for the 10 months. I really appreciate it, Gecko. Thank you. And speaking of that shit, I didn't know. I figured I would ask you guys on stream because I saw other streamers like promoting it, even like streamers that were like smaller. They would have like announcements like on their stream like, if you like the stream, don't forget to subscribe so that we can get into the Partner Plus program or whatever. Because all it does is it gives the streamer a like significantly bigger revenue split. But you need 350 individual subscriptions. That's a lot of people. It's like too much. Pushing for Partner Plus. Well, that's the thing. Is like it doesn't matter what you do for Partner Plus. It's just like there have to be new people that are like, huh, I like this. How many are you at? So it's actually, this might come as a surprise to you, but there are only 150 people who manually subscribe to Vod of Miia. Like total, all time. Yeah, it's like, but I don't know, I've seen like smaller streamers do it just by shilling it like 24/7, just shilling it 24/7, be like, hey, subscribe to me, subscribe to me, subscribe to me. Yeah, we're unironically not even halfway there. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot of people. But I don't know. I think it's just the way you kind of create your community.
151.
Thank you for the 11 months. I really appreciate it. But it's like, I think that was actually pretty based. That was actually pretty fucking based. But it's like, I think it's just the way you have to cultivate your audience. You know, we've got an audience of gamers. Some people cultivate an audience of simps. Some people cultivate an audience of normies. I think we have an audience of gamers here. It still feels slimy, you know? I don't think I ever would actually shill it unless I was very, very close. But, because it just feels kind of slimy to be like, hey, you should subscribe to me. You should give me money so that I can get more money in the future. Like that, man. I've never played video. I'm just a hater. That's what I like to say. I like to say, oh, I don't play video games. I don't really play video games that much. And then my friends get mad at me. They're like, why are you lying? You play a lot of video games. What if I pay you money to sub? I guess. Okay, who the fuck is DSP? Who the fuck is DSP, bro? Because I see so many tweets with this name. Who is DSP? Who is DSP? Who is DSP? Darkside Phil? What is that? Darkside Phil? Dick Sucker Paul? Hold on. What is this? Who is this? Whoa, who is this motherfucker? He's, he tweets. What, did he get canceled? I'm trying to look him up. Who is this? Dogshit Poop, one of the worst gamers of all time. He got into a fight with people in Spain. An original YouTuber that is hated. He's a lol cow. I've never seen this man before in my life. So here's the issue too. I search Darkside Phil. People also search for low tier god Chris Chan and Boogie. And the top searches when I search his name is Darkside Phil. Caught, age, incident, controversy, wife. What does that mean? He pulled out his hog live on stream when he thought he What? We're going to look. Oh! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm watching. Okay, the YouTube video I'm watching is a screen recording of a screen recording. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. Chad, you guys, holy fucking Oh! He thought he turned off his stream, but he didn't. What? What? That's the DSP incident. When wait, he's got a down the rabbit hole? GJIV. Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. That's the first. Wait. Wait, Chad, you guys are talking. Oh, no. I don't want to have a React Andy stream because this is probably TOS to React Andy too. But. What are his other incidents? Does he have like, is there like some shit like Encyclopedia Dramatica I can pull up? Dude. The Turkey Tom doc. Okay. Let's see. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay. 2 hours? Wait, there's a DSP encyclopedia? No fucking shot, you guys. This is so ill. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Oh, okay, so he does have an Encyclopedia Dramatica entry. Alright, he's an epic lolcow, 1 page alone. Oh, the screen is so bright I need to rub my eyes because
His haters are crazy. They create supercuts of how to not play underscore where it shows how insanely bad of a gamer he is.
No shot. That's actually insane. So I'm trying to find my eye drops just because having this freaking ring light on all the time really dries my eyes out too. There's a 20-minute. Wait, that's the shit like the failing to crouch jump? That's DSP? Is it DSP? Is that what people call him? Okay. Alright. Alright. I don't wanna... Okay. Darkside Phil, aka the self-proclaimed king of hate, is a 41-year-old who is the living embodiment of everything wrong with today's gaming and video format, and the arch enemy of V, as well as professional David Brent lookalike. Okay. Okay. He's hypocritical, money whoring, borderline retarded, obese, disgusting, Oh, this website's so mean, bro. This website. The other streamers have Asmon Gold. The other streamer... This, staring into sun to boost IQ scores. Yeah, so the other VTubers have Asmon Gold. I have DSP. Alright, let's see. Okay. Oh, okay, so this was like 2008. This was like a very, very old YouTuber. He rage quits. He's bad at video games. Alright, I'm seeing a lot of, like, very consistently, he is bad at video games. Oh, I found it, I found it, I found it, I found it. Chat, I found it, 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 I found it. I found it, chat, I found it. I found it, 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 I found it. This is the video here. Very loud. There you go.
Ah, I can probably platform on the pipes. I see.
Hold on, we gotta... Does he just like... He's still going to this day? So wait, how long is it? He's been like, does he live stream or he just makes YouTube videos?
It fell down the corridor. Fuck.
Is he stupid? That was like a genuine, like, visceral reaction. Like, is he stupid?
Stupid barrels.
He sounds nasally. Yeah, he does.
Now what the fuck do I do?
What is he trying to do? What is he trying to do here?
And there goes my barrel. Now I'm fucked. Why can't I jump up and stand? My thumb is fucking killing me for pressing jump so much. I'm not even kidding. My thumb is killing me.
So this is... Oh.
I didn't even fucking do that.
I can't be mad at him, bro. He sounds kind of like me when I play games, though. He sounds kind of like me when I play games. Alright, his traits and abilities. He's got... Okay, you guys already mentioned this one. He's got an incredibly obnoxious douchebag voice. A grating and squeaky singing voice. I don't think I want to see that one, though. Constantly burps, snorts, and farts while recording gameplay? I'm sorry, guys. No. Okay. Dark side Phil singing! He did a shower stream. Alright, let's listen to this. 8 years ago.
Blow that song. Alright, here we go. Dragula. This song was so
Come on.
Slam in the back of my Dragula.
Oh no!
Dig into ditches and burn through the...
No! Why he can't? No! Don't say that. Don't say anything of that nature in my stream.
Slam in the back of my Dragula.
Okay. Moving on. Moving on. Oh, I have to like, I have to like blink a lot before I look at this page because it is. Is there a fucking dark mode of this website? It is so insanely bright. It is so insanely bright. Oh my god. Shower DSP. Alright, you asked for this. Is this allowed? Is this something we're able to watch on stream? I just want a clip. I don't want to watch the whole... Oh, what the fuck? The first shower in 8 years? Bro! Oh, it's waist up, it's fine.
Body wash.
I'm not watching I don't want to watch this, like, fat dude take a shower. Dude, we're not watching this. We're not watching that. That's disgusting. Caca. We're not watching that, bro. That's gross. So, constantly burps, snorts, and farts while recording gameplay. Fucking stupid. Wait. On both his television and computer screen for 4 years because he's the laziest piece of shit known to man. No editing whatsoever. Hey, wait, hold on. He's kind of like me. Wait, Chad, he's kind of like me. He's kind of like me, though. Wasting everyone's time, padding out his pre-streams with narcissistic bullshit stories about his boring-ass life no one wants to sit through. Guys? He would record. Wait, Chad, wait, guys. So you're telling me he would put a video camera up to his like computer screen or like his TV? He would put a video camera up to his TV and use the video camera, and people watched it. Dude, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're telling me people and people watched him do that? What? Okay, being a drama king the size of Mount Rushmore, a first glance at his face will give you AIDS. Either grinds for pointless achievements, abuses known game bugs to make the game easier for him, or gets stuck at specific parts for hours that even the dumbest casual gamer could solve faster. Sometimes all of the above. Kinda like me. Hates cutscenes, always talks into or skips them. Oh, that's stupid. Ignores all hints and obvious signs. Isn't he like 40 years old, bro?
Okay.
Yeah, why is YouTube protecting DSP
Okay,
actually?
Okay. I'm like, okay.
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 He is kind of funny looking. I don't know. He looks like maybe like a GTA like NPC model or something. About this one. The YouTube. Oh, because the YouTube account that posted it got banned. What? I've got an idea when he uses the stream chat to bail him out of a video game puzzle. It redirects to the page on Pussy, bro. What the fuck? Let's see. DSP learned early on about humor at the expense of others, but like with gaming, he chose to skip the subtle nuances and basic guidelines and instead use whatever he thought was funny. Wait, there's Christian! There's Christian! Wait. Does he know Christian? Does he know Christian? Does he know him? No one snitched? Snitch on what? What happened? TOS? What is... Did it say the N-word? Bro. I know it said the F word earlier on, but I don't think it said the N-word anywhere. It says retard. Is that okay? You should get rid of the VOD? Okay. Well, I'll just get rid of the VOD. I'm trying to, like, scan for slurs really fast. Okay. Both are... There's a vagina on screen. What the fuck? I don't know where. Both are fat to the point of being morbidly obese. Although it is generally accepted that DSP is actually fatter than Christian. Hey Mia, it's me, your biggest fan. Retard is a slur, I give you a pass. Well, I give myself a pass. It was the other page you clicked on. Oh, the pussy link. Okay. We can't click that one anymore. Well, okay. Hi, Saf, we're learning about DSP. Do you know who he is? Saf, do you know who DSP is? No? Well, I didn't know until like 5 minutes ago. But he's a guy who is a YouTuber, and he left his camera on after he ended a stream and was jacking off. Well, he didn't end the stream, and he was jacking off. He's a lol cow. Both were noticeably slimmer in their early years, but... Wait. Despite being former virgins, Chris and DSP both claim to be experts when it comes to sex. Is this real? That's disgusting. Both are in possession of an impressive set of man boobs. Both make awful YouTube videos. Both were employed once before being fired. No shot. Wait, are they like actually... Who isn't a former virgin? No, both of them. Both of them are. They're both... They've touched women. That's really scary. Both are extremely socially awkward. Wait. So I'm looking at this stuff about being troll victims. You're telling me DSP had people troll him? Like, to the degree that people trolled Christian? Like, he got trolled, like, to that degree? Oh, so he's like, oh. I thought he was just, like, an obnoxious person, so he's, like, autistic. Can we get a side-by-side of these two with Mia? No, I don't want Dark Side Fell singing. Just want him. Dark Side Fell incident. I don't really want to pull up a Christian side by side. Can we please end this tangent? Dream blunt rotation, Matai, Mia, DSP, 10 DSPs, and Christian. Fifth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? This is the DSP incident. Staff, this is the incident. This is the incident. This is a picture. This is the incident. This is the DSP incident right here. There's all the picture. Bro! Can we get a Mia emote of that? Okay. Well, I thought they said gasm emotes are against the TOS. But, I mean, there are a few channels that have gasm emotes. So, you know, I'll do my best to try to implement something like this. But we have to keep reading. We have to keep learning. Alright, I gotta, like, blink my eyes a few times to be able to stare at this bright-ass screen. Both claim that they cultivate the beginning of a special kind of people. High-functioning autistics for Chris and Let's Players for DSP. And are adamant about it despite being completely wrong about it. This is all very interesting. Both have made begging videos. But... Chat, hold on. Let's fucking... Oh, shit, I messed up. Alright, let's zoom into this so we can learn some very important things. Wait, these guys are like meant to be brothers. They're born in the same year. They're oh. They bitch and whine about their trolls. They bitch and whine about ED. Here. Both this one and this one! What does this mean? Yeah, Christian, in like the videos that he took to send to a quote-unquote Nintendo, those were like Let's Plays like in the fucking 90s or some shit. Why? Okay, okay, guys. So I can understand like Christian doing this because, you know, he was like, Christian was autistic and getting manipulated. But DSP is just a very, from what I understand, is just a very obnoxious person. Why would he post himself naked? God, this is gonna make me sick. Both suffer from BO and use Axe body spray to but so why would he do that? Why? Well, both have willfully put other people's lives in danger. Chris burning the house down after attempting to brew coffee. I do remember that incident. DSP deliberately ripping off the smoke detector in his old condo because he says he can detect the smoke by smelling it. Because he doesn't need a smoke detector because he can smell it. Based or retard. Wait, they've been the victim. Okay. Man, like, what goes through these people's heads? Both are horrible with cinematography, make ridiculous threats, sore losers and bad at sports, cowardly, prone to tard rage. Both have disrespected the memories of those who died in terrible world tragedies. Both have started their reputations already with negativity. They were bullied in school. They have a Sonic... Hold on, chat. This is very important. DSP Sonic cosplay. Alright, there's no very real, Alright, there's no real... Damn it! I never believed in kindred spirits until now. I get it. I understand. I think these two were meant to be. I think they were meant to be, you guys. So Sonic had the Christian had the Sonic recolors. DSP had an avatar of his Sonic cosplay. Wait. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused here. That's also in the Turkey Tom Doc. Okay. Did you link the Turkey Tom Doc in the Discord? I'm checking the Discord right now to see if you linked it. Okay. Ah, fuck. I forgot. It's a YouTube video.
Alright.
Shit.
We got the man of all hate.
So hold on, let me get this out so that we're not getting like freaking double. I like to read the chat on that one.
One and only.
Well, let's see if there's timestamps on this one.
Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful.
Is that it? Is that his Sonic cosplay? I just finished my 3.5 thousand word essay. Are you proud? I'm very proud. Holy shit, are there times? Damn it, there's no timestamps! But so what I'm trying to understand here, okay, is on the Encyclopedia Dramatica, it says DSP placed in the top 5 for the PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo tournament at EVO 2005. So he, at least at one point, was moderately good at video games? Was he good at video games at one point? Or was it just like he placed top 5 because only 4 people entered the tournament? That sort of thing. Because EVO's... It was a bad port. He was a champion. What the... Huh. I'm learning both voted for Obama. That's awesome. That's awesome. Alright. Both spent their 25th birthdays at home alone making videos for YouTube. Alright. They like to steal jokes. They're kindred. They're Obama. Soda. Both have implored their audience on YouTube to contact the authorities and have them arrest somebody they personally dislike. Both have wished God would smite people they personally disliked. What does that mean? Hi, Bailey. It's good to see you, Bailey. I hope you're having a good day. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out. Dude. Both treated... Wait. Oh, this is the quickie. This is gonna take us to the quickie. Oh, this is like transcriptions of like a lot of fucking Chris Chan stuff. That's for another time. Alright, both greatly overestimate the size and influence of their YouTube fan base. Wait, DSP was involved. First of all, DSP was involved with PewDiePie, but Chris Chan was also involved with PewDiePie? Can you stream a little less next year? You're my most viewed streamer. What the fuck? Sorry, I'll try to do better and improve myself in the future. Wait. Why are we on the similarities between DSP and Chris Chan tangent? Because that's what the Encyclopedia Dramatica has a list of. What is this? Both suck at impressions, both suck at singing. This might be a good one. Hold on, open like a new tab. Damn it! Sure, you were 101 of the 111 hours I've watched on this account. It just makes me happy. But that makes me happy to hear. I'm glad you guys watch. I don't want to say enjoy watching me, because I know you guys hate watch. That's fine. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. We have fun hanging out with us. They both have vlog series chronicling their stupid everyday shit. They stammer and stumble over their words. Delusional. They like to enter contests. They appear prematurely old. What? This website's out of pocket. Both will likely die alone. Both like video games. So, DSP banned people for using ad block? Did that actually happen? Did he actually like ban people just for using ad block? I'm not reading 5 pages of post, but this is a simple matter, so I'll explain at the end of the discussion. If you watch streams with ad block enabled, you've made an active decision to steal from me. Sanguine, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling, reading some unsavory things. What is this? What is... Okay. Oh, I haven't zoomed in a lot. That's why it looks like this, because I have it zoomed in so we can read the text. DSP is my hero, no shot. You know what? I'm just learning about him right now. And honestly, he's made a pretty good impression. Let's see. Oh, we only have the shower video up. I had the singing video up. I think his voice is really pretty. Fuck this. Let me watch this. Oh, this is like a 15, dude. That is such a long video. Okay, we don't have time to watch that. Watching free streams is stuffed. That's right. That's right. You're stealing from the streamer when you watch a stream for free. Oh, I turned my head too far. You're stealing. The following videos show the ultimate downfall of DSP. Wait. They made DSP cry? Is this oh. It links to the, I don't know if you guys can see that. It'll link to the page on the irony. Does it? No, it doesn't show that. If I hover over it, it's gonna link me to the page on the irony. You're stealing by not subscribing? That's right! Why the fuck would you record your own fat ass in the shower using a skin removal brush? Wait, how he spent on WWE mobile games? Okay, let's look that. Ah, don't look at the incident, the DSP incident. How much did DSP spend on WWE? Okay, this is on Reddit. I don't want to go on Reddit. He spent $1,700 over the weekend on WWE Champions. Spent 10 grand in the last 5 months. Spent over 3 grand in a week. So he's spending all this money to look at other men. You say, oh, you don't? I've never spent $10,000 on a gacha game. He's spending this money to look at men on a phone game. He did that and then begged his viewers for more money? It's not even anime girls, though. You're telling me he did this, spent all this money, then begged his viewers for more money to spend on the WWE game? 50K total? Dude, that's a lie. He gambled donation, bruh. Approved DSP spent 50K plus on WWE Champion. Holy fucking shit! This is not real. This is not real. DSP tries it as a pathetic attempt to show that DSP had a chance in life. This autistic, bum-tumbling, scrotum-licking necrophiliac? Wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. There's too much. They're dropping too much information here. Hey, Cookie Hookie, hello! It's good seeing your faces in chat. I hope you're doing well. So this is giving me too much. Here, can you see that? This is giving me too much information. What is the context on this? He had a girlfriend? He's a complete fuckhole induced with the strange addiction and tendency of pissing people off and generally being an anus. Someone who is both a complete shit at video games and a money-sucking fuckwit should not be allowed to have a YouTube channel. Oh, Pandali was a handful? Hold on. Was she like a lol cow too? Pandali DSP. Wait, oh, she dumped him. She dumped him. Ugh. This was back when you could have videos about cooking crack on YouTube. I didn't know you could do that. Also, King Harlequin, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Penalty dropped out of high school. Wait. She dropped out of high school? I think you're on Twitch front page. Oh, no! I like evaporated water. That's, you know what? That's awesome to hear. She dropped out of high school to date him? Hold on. Let's see how old DSP is. How old is DSP? Chat! Hold on, chat! This is some bad news! Wait, guys! Hold on! Hold on. Hold on, chat. Age is but a number, is what they tell me. She dropped out of she's 11 years younger than him and dropped out of high school to start dating him, bro. Fuck! Fuck! Oh, hell no. Alright. See, I thought he was just, like, kind of weird and obnoxious and overall annoying. But, oh, he was actually, like, a groomer. Damn, bruh. Damn, bruh. Okay. Alright, when it's... Okay. He's nasty. Let's see. Let's see. Is DSP actually playing this? I don't hear him. I wouldn't be surprised if it is him because this does look like a video camera recording of a screen. He's just fucking stupid. Alright, he's just stupid. Especially with how old he acts. Yeah, apparently he acts like a child, though. Cookie Wookie, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Ah! The incident. The incident. The incident. Hold on. Being caught. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. Wait, angry. Wait. So, oh shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This is still the incident. This is the incident. The incident. Alright. This is just like his media. This is just like his media gallery. So, hold on. I just want to look at this.
From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while
They're lazy because they don't want to come out to my stream? Is that what he said?
begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything, there's gonna probably be times where I'm gonna have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a...
Wait, hold on. This is like, I've gotten so much whiplash from just the first 30 seconds. Let's rewatch that.
Begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything. Come on.
Trash.
So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the stream.
You guys are lazy. You don't want to come out to my stream. The least you can do is pay $5. Yeah, it's like that tweet thread that like when
If spitting
it's like that tweet thread that went like, I guess kind of viral, where it was like one of the e-girl streamers that's like the viewers are obligated to come to stream. The streamer does all this for you. The least you could do is come and watch the stream. That sort of thing. Like, bro, come on!
Phil would be a gold medalist, though he would probably sell the gold medal to finance his tax problems and feed his mobile game addiction. This is the
Wait, so he really has
King of Hate's dark side Phil.
Yo, only $5? Good job. Dude, so he actually does have this mobile game addiction.
1982, Philip Paul Burnell grew up on the outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut, quite opposite to his life.
Wait, so he's American? I thought.
Very little of his early years have been
I don't know why.
documented.
Maybe it's because of that video on the encyclopedia. I just assumed that he was European.
A comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25.
We be engaging in the new Twitch meta. I unfortunately can't take the clothes off of my model, so I'm gonna have to pass on this one.
It's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs out of stock for that particular toy, he berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents
Oh wait, they had the part on the encyclopedia about this.
My parents go, "We're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you."
This is a 40-year-old man! This is a 40-year-old man bitching about not getting a freaking action figure when he was 6?
To buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University.
I feel like that's a
But
lie.
before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a particular interest in Capcom's
He has,
Street Fighter
yeah,
series.
he has trauma. That's why you guys can't be mean to him. He's got trauma. That's why he's an asshole, because his parents didn't buy him an action figure when he
In the
was
90s,
6.
he actually traveled across the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a time when gaming was
He
still
went
seen as somewhat
to
of a
Catholic
loser
school,
thing to be engaged in.
allegedly.
So to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often
hold on, I'm
lost
gonna
his
turn this up a
temper and
little
was a
bit.
generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now,
Oh, wait, he was toxic at...
I say, hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years. Get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game. And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them.
What the what? He's like, yeah, I like to threaten people because usually when I go up to somebody and get in their face and threaten them, then they listen to... What? He's like very confidently like, yeah, I think I'm doing the right thing here.
None of them want to step outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true.
Oh, wait, so the one tournament that he won that was in his Encyclopedia Dramatica entry, the one single tournament he won that was like, because it was, yes, this is the jacking off guy. That was the only tournament that he ever won. That's why it's listed in his entry. I thought it was because he was, yeah, it was, he got 4th place. He didn't win it. He was top 5. It was the one tournament that he actually placed in. That's so insane to me.
Talkers in the Street Fighter community.
Yeah, this is the yeah,
And
he
I
won
would
the
go to
jerking off
tournaments and I would
contest.
And
He
that's
did win that
embarrassing.
one.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate, because everyone hated him. The competitive fighting game community by 2005...
So why did they let him
largely
keep
made the
going to
transition
tournaments if
from
they
the use
hated
of
him? Yeah, they got
arcade
the Gooner
cabinets to
Olympics
console
here.
ports.
That's right, the Gooner
Evo
Olympics.
2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and
Oh, because a
technical
lot of people
details
didn't
that
like
mar
it. Yeah, that's what you guys said
the
earlier.
port fell so far short of minimum expectations.
Yeah, apparently
due to
he
the
was called the
differences in
King of
this
Hate, but he was
particular
like
port
still
that,
kind
as
of a
result,
bitch.
Various high-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil went low.
That's why he placed, because the fucking high-level players boycotted this tournament. Because he won because there were no high-level players at the tournament. He didn't win. He didn't win. He got 4th place. He got 4th place. Because...
On his credit score, to
Fuck.
be more specific, in perhaps the earliest manifestation of his abilities
Because
in
the
finances, in
high-level
anything resembling a mature way,
high-level
23-year-old
players
Phil was living in a
didn't go.
3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move
He
out of
placed
within half
4th
a year.
at the Kitty
In the
League.
meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of
Oh, but
buckling
didn't he
up
get
and being
fired from
frugal,
his
hoping
job?
to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend Evo. This decision mangled him financially so bad that he spent the next 5 years only managing to pay off the interest. Was it worth it? Well, he placed not 3rd.
Based retard. Why should I care about this lolcow? Because it's fucking funny. It's funny.
Not second, not first, but fourth in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player, exclusively because it has a nicer ring to it. Since
I mean,
there's
I
no
guess he
real
was
reason to
technically the
separate
best
players
American
based on their
player.
nationality. This gets even sillier when you
Ugh.
consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which
He looks
instantly
kind of
falls on
like,
its
it's
face
funny,
when
you
you take into
fuck.
account
He
the
looks
fact
kind
that
of like
many
Chris
American players
Chan.
didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
You got some, that's the answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but
Oh, they applaud him.
but this
Yeah,
guy thought he was
I
hot.
said,
shit
he
'cause he beat
looked
me
like
in
a
Troy in a game
doll.
that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion.
Imagine
of
listening
Street
to
Fighter or some
DSP. You'd
crap.
have to, that'd be it.
This may seem
That
like
would
a
be
minor
curtains
issue,
for you.
but it's less about
He'd
the
never
tournament
let it
itself
go.
and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of about
That's
it,
so
because
base.
all
That's
the
so
OGs were
base.
doing, we'll just play
Can you,
the
okay,
game
Chad, I
a
want you
little
guys to imagine that. So you take out cash advances on all of your credit cards, you go thousands of dollars into debt, you go to this tournament, lose the tournament, go back home and be like, yeah, everybody else is just dog shit at this game. They should have practiced more.
so we know for the tournament.
This is my
Being a
next
sore loser
move.
is
It's
bad,
actually
but
kind of
not
base.
content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner.
Also,
because
hi,
even after he started winning tournaments here and
Hi.
there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it
Is
seems
that
he was
him? That
self-conscious
looks
enough
very
to keep the
normal.
more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others.
That
to
doesn't
behind
look
the
like a
scenes.
toe.
In
Is
one
that
instance,
him?
In 2002, he pushed the limits so
Doesn't
much
really look
that
like a
while he
toe
was
in that
leaving the
picture. I
place
guess
he was
he's not
playing at,
fat.
him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he'd recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong, another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beaten before,
Mid-20s
he had the tendency
DSP?
of being
Yeah, he
nice
looks
to him in
okay.
person and saying
He
terrible
looks
things about him
okay.
when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible
Reddit?
reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged
man
him to a
will
money
not
match
realize
and
what
knew he
dev
wasn't
is
going to
despite being
accept.
taught
He
the
was going to
dictionary
be like, lol,
definition.
fight me IRL at EVO, and I accepted. From here, it turns into what
So I
sounds
found
like a
the
total
DSP
farce,
rabbit
except
hole. I
can
found the
assure you that it
DSP
was
rabbit hole
100%
because
serious, which makes us both
somebody
look like
said,
total
I think
complete
somebody
idiots.
like,
So first, Phil
I don't know
was
if they
like,
compared
okay,
me
well,
to
you have to sign
DSP,
some
but they
document
brought up
that says if I
DSP in
kill
chat,
you,
and I was
I
like,
don't wanna be
okay,
responsible.
well,
And I was
stop.
like,
I have no
whatever. Then
idea
there was
who
an
the fuck
actual
DSP
serious
is. So we
negotiation
started
over
looking
who the
him
ref
up
was going to be.
just so I
But
can
don't
kind of
remember
get
this
like
part
a
either. Then there was an
bearing,
honest-to-God
like who this
negotiation
guy
over
is.
weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again,
This
I'm
guy
not
called
making
Luther
any
got a
of this
bitch
up,
to
as
his
dumb as it
face. Dude,
sounds,
he
this
probably got a
absolutely
shit
happened.
rocked
Finally, it was
then.
agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee, and we'd sign waivers.
What the
I
fuck?
was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed upon this early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets
He
weird.
beat
So
Luther
apparently
God?
Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen, and that this was just internet
He
shit talk.
did?
But a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told
Holy
him that I was taking
shit.
this seriously and was going to fight him, and had probably been in more gym fights in the past
That
few
took so much
months
balls
than
'cause
he'd
Luther
been
got
in
his
his
huge
life.
Viscant
So
is
one
so
day,
short and
Phil instant
tiny.
messages me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof.
That'd be
This
such a
really
goof.
happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking
Dude,
kidding
and I
me?
bet
honestly
I bet he
couldn't
thought he
believe
was a
was pulling
genius.
this,
I
and
bet he
was still
thought he
mad
was
about
a
the whole
genius when he
thing,
was
and
coming
actually
up like
wanted to
with
fight him.
what
I told
to
him I wasn't
say.
going to do
He was
any
like,
of
yeah,
that
he's
trolling,
gonna
but if you
love
wanna
this.
drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot.
They
or
should
in
have
his
jumped
face or
him.
threaten him. From that
Maybe
point
then
on,
he
there
wouldn't
never
act the
really
way
was
he
any problem
does.
between him
What a
and I.
goofy
In
goober,
fact, the
yeah.
next year when Evo West was in San Diego, I let him stay at my place that year. And when Mike Watson and Jaha were about to kill him in a parking garage, I stepped between them and defused that situation. He later would go on
he
to
was
have
gonna
more
get
serious problems
killed.
with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen when he was staying with me. I
Dude,
generally
what?
don't hold grudges, so even though I remember being really pissed off at the time, by the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it. The
So
parking
this guy
garage
gets in all these
situation this dude is
situations,
referring
like he
to is
just
the
pisses these
aforementioned
people off and
shakedown.
thinks he's
But
got no
enemies weren't the only
consequences
things Phil
from
made in
it.
his time as a competitive Street Fighter player. He also made some friends, however unlikely that may seem, and they went on to collaborate with him in the future. One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo. who sought
He
Phil
has,
out
like,
after his victory at EVO because he wanted to get better at Super Street Fighter Turbo. He'll come up again later,
like
so keep that guy in
continuous
your
friends?
mind. Despite his infamy in localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by
Really?
tapping into the realm
Is
of
that true?
online gaming. Even if word got around about his excesses at the competitions, it wouldn't be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded
Oh, this
random
is
vlogs
old
related to his
YouTube.
interest in competitive gaming.
This
But
is
in 08,
old.
he slowly transitioned the channel into a rudimentary proto Let's Play channel. Though instead of having the screen captured directly while he played it,
Yeah,
he
I'm watching the
recorded it with a
DSP dog.
separate
This is
device,
probably
meaning
the
he
only way
pointed
for me to
the
like
camera
learn about
at the
DSP.
TV, basically. At the time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that
Wait,
content
that's
creation
normal.
was much of a job
He looks
option
like a
in the
thumb,
Jurassic
though.
period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about
When
his
he, okay,
expectations.
this is gonna be mean. This is gonna sound a bit mean. Alright, when he turns his head to the side like this, he looks kind of like Nico Kato Avocado. Do you guys know Nico Kato? He looks kind of like him. Dark side thumb, yeah. Also, not Pearl, hello! It's good to see your faces in chat. I hope you're doing well
Which
today.
was YouTube prior to the
He
2010s,
does!
but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his
And-
expectations.
Matone
Still,
Pod
that didn't
9
stop
months.
Phil from taking inspiration
Fucker
from one
Potato,
of the
thank you so
early
much for the
internet's
9
most
months. I
adored
really
legends,
appreciate it,
angry
bro.
video
Thank
gamer.
you. They share the
Now,
phenotype.
As I was a Street Fighter player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging
Why
out
does
and
he?
having
Yeah, the
fun.
lol cow
And one of my
phenotype,
friends said,
basically.
"Did you ever
Why does he
see
wear cowboy
this
hats?
guy called the Angry Video Game?"
He looks like
I was
Gamer
like,
Ted
"No,
Cruz.
I
Yeah,
don't."
I think I'm getting those vibes
You know,
too. Oh
and they
lord, this
showed me
man.
a video
Yeah, we're
of
learning.
This guy who
We're
looked
learning
like-
about
like
him.
Very much dressed up like a nerd, right? He had a button-down white kind of shirt, thick glasses.
Why does he look like that?
Even talking
Keon, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us.
ranting at a video game, making funny lines.
It's like,
talking
he's a
about
rugged
swearing
cowboy.
like a
He's-
sailor. Hilarious.
His name is
No
like,
production value,
dude,
no
he's from
budget,
Connecticut.
Just him and a camera making fun of a video game.
He's from
Well, I get what
Connecticut. He's
saying.
not a
There is kind
cowboy.
of purity and earnestness to early YouTube Kino, and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure AVGN was on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I
The
think
early
Phil
YouTube
took
cringe
the
Kino.
no production value part
You don't wanna
a
see
little
his
too
dark
seriously.
side.
He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk with several hours of video.
Right,
dedicated
and
to
didn't
each
he
game
like
with
he like
absolutely no
lashed out
editing
at like
involved. On
Nostalgia
this
Critic
decrepit,
and
old, and abandoned channel, there are over
AVGN.
7,000 videos because back then you couldn't upload very
Lil
long
Bernal
videos,
does sound like a
compelling
cowboy named
Phil
in
to split
fairness.
them
I
up into
guess, but
dozens, if not
he's from-
hundreds of individual
He's from
10-minute
freaking.
clips.
He's from
Again, I should remind
Connecticut.
you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever.
Just
Unsurprisingly,
the
channel
worst
didn't
possible,
exactly
like
blow
bad
up
on
overnight.
purpose.
Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent 3 years of his life doing this for no money and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform.
So he
Mind you,
made-
this man
he
is
made
28 years
$0
old living with his
and
parents, somehow he
was
thinks it's
mean
a
to
merit that
people.
He makes no money out of
He
playing
made
video
$0
games alone
and was
with no
just
one
mean to
watching.
people
On top
for
of that,
3
he brags about
years.
the passion and effort he put into the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other
It
much
was,
more
I guess
successful
it was
creators,
early
when in
YouTube. It
reality,
wasn't
he just
like
has
crazy
the
profitable.
most videos
He lost
precisely
money.
because of how awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect example of quantity over quality. Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a
He's so
really grating
scary
way while
looking,
putting
man.
others down. Oddly enough, Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him disrespecting other YouTubers who were trying to make money off
scary.
of their content. Instead, it was during a recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions
He's
when he
still
was
like
making
doing.
too much of a
Yes,
racket,
that's
and
so.
his
That's
neighbor
the thing
decided
about
to
himself.
interject.
I guess he still makes YouTube videos.
Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running jokes surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his
Wait.
content in order to pick up on it.
It's
Though
like
if you are to
herpes
go back
never
and
goes
look at these
away,
older
I
uploads,
guess.
you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically snorted loudly into the microphone.
Oh,
Later on,
that's
in
so
part due to his
gross.
tendency to ask for money, this take of Phil's got him compared to pigs many, many times. Another focal point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite sound
I hope
design.
they don't play the soundbite.
Let's be fair here, regardless of how entertaining
hate
or irritating
it.
these may be,
I
they're
hate
most
it
likely
so
done
much.
unconsciously
What
by
is
Phil.
that?
This is just how he is. He had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the real-life incarnation of a character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest racist remarks while gaming. Many people's careers
Yeah. What? The official The official top 10 racist moments of DSP part 1. So he's got top 1. He has posted hello, base department? So there are official DSP official videos for the top 100 racist moments on
when they have one racist remark revealed to their audience, but Phil is such an absolute based unit that he himself compiles and posts his own expose material. Around the same time, he started putting more effort into uploading.
It's actually kind of based. You get it before anybody else can get it.
Customer service phone
I was like,
operator, aftermarket support for helicopters. Though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked extra hours and was paid less than other people who did the same job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial
I thought he got fired from his job though.
Training while remaining a customer service employee.
He only played off his satire for so long. Yeah, I guess.
Two jobs simultaneously.
Yeah, he's got incredible.
He was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted, he revamped the entire company and started saving them a lot of money. And his work was so excellent that they gave him an award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him. And within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off. Does this sound fishy to you at all? Because it sounds like the Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well,
it's like, and like, you know, when he's saying this stuff to people, he feels like a genius. He's like, oh, they're gonna eat this up, they're gonna eat this shit up, you know?
And the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone else, and that the leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this story is basically that he was so
an entry level, like, freaking Best Buy cashier, bro.
Which he was the leader of to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced his pay instead of framing him, they would have found out that Phil is willing to be underpaid and work multiple jobs at the same time. Anyway, this is just a segue to the question, how did he get a job at a helicopter support company?
The
answer is deceptively simple. His dad. As a former logistics coordinator for HSI put it, there was a significant culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects. Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the opposite. His father, David, worked at the company as a customer support manager from 2005 to 2007, later being promoted to logistics manager.
He was like a Nepo hire.
Leader, which is noteworthy since this is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company. It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position,
does he just like lie to people about having a job?
The highest likelihood is that Phil simply transplanted his dad's achievements onto himself. Unlike Phil, his dad is an extremely experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to quality management. His stint managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft.
So wait, he had like
a mere shop technician and being
so you're telling me this guy, he had like successful parents and shit, but he ended up like this?
To his son wasn't an entry position. It was something he worked up to for 3 decades. So it's no wonder Phil couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this becomes particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates this story with his complaints and grievances about how corporate America is mean,
Drive-thru, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I've been fun hanging out with us.
When he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly
fumbled and inted so hard. Yeah, I get it.
Also disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was in fact simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which by doing cursory research into the company is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI and not a special program he was assigned to by the vice president himself. In any case, his delusion about his job at HSI is so great that he actually believes that him being laid off caused the company to go out of business.
That is true. That is true, but base retard.
A few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business.
Another very conveniently underexplained wrinkle in this story is the detail about him buying a condo.
It is like super embarrassing. Also, hi, I have long name, so be careful.
University
it's good seeing your face in the
motivation
chat. I hope you're doing well.
Begins with the fact that he bought a condo while being supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of the condo story comes when you find out that based on the intentional self-docs Phil gave out in a video tour of his his condo and the public records of his
He
dad's
into-
address,
oh, he
which are
is
not gonna be
Christian,
specified
dude.
for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a
Dude.
$130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More avid followers of DSP have added to the in-depth analysis of his condo shenanigans.
Wait,
saying
there's
that part
a
of
there's a
Phil's
whole like
motivations for buying
analysis of his
property so
freaking
close to his
condo.
parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself. And to be honest,
No way.
I actually agree with that.
Chud! No, you're telling me he was a grown ass dude? He got a place. He got a place right next to his parents' house, so that his parents could wash his nasty laundry.
Lifestyle choice because I am a man baby and I refuse to do anything. Last but not
Millions
least,
of
it's claimed to be
pie.
at one
That's
point
right.
admitted to buying the condo from a girl
He can't
he
wash
worked
his
with
own
in
fucking
hopes of
clothes,
getting
you
with her,
kidding
only to
me?
be notified she had a
Sav, this is
boyfriend
some
after the
scary
deal was closed.
stuff.
However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil
The rabbit
uploads
hole
have
goes
been
a long
privated
way.
or otherwise unavailable through regular means, so these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts, Phil once again found
You're
himself
telling me this is just the
unemployed, and it was
very
during this
beginning of
period
the
that he
rabbit
decided to
hole?
pursue
Wait till you
content
see his
creation
girlfriend.
full-time, and his hobby turned
Dude, we already looked at his girlfriend, and she is 11 years younger than
into
him.
his profession. There was only one
That's
pesky
sus.
little issue with this plan.
You gotta do it.
Phil had
You've
his
gotta
AdSense
wash his
account
clothes for him and
preemptively
become his
disabled
strat
for
life.
directly
I'll
begging for
never
his
do
audience to
it.
click
I'll
on the ads
never
that appear on
do
his videos, something that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would later try and distract people from
Guys,
this fact by
Chad,
saying
please
that the
click
real
on-
reason his
Chad,
AdSense
when you
was
guys get
suspended
ads
is due to
pop
a
up,
video of
please-
his being
please
so
click on the ads,
successful,
okay?
YouTube
Please click
thought
on them.
He was cheating.
I made this video of me in the shower topless, scrubbing my body, basically slurring my words because I had drank so much, alright? It went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000 views, if not
You know what?
more.
Okay, this parallels. Okay, this might be a bit zoomery, but I don't know how closely you guys follow lolcows. What he just said here parallels very closely with the recent Daniel Larson clip that got released. Daniel Larson is like a very autistic homeless person that just like harasses people in public spaces. Why no booba? Big fat
And honestly,
monkey.
because I was making so
No
much,
booba because
there
I don't
were
want to
ads
get
on it, and
banned
people
from
were going
Twitch.
crazy for the ads. I made like $1,000 in a day on
How do
that
you keep?
video, which is out of
Daniel
control.
Larson is really
But
big
that
on
video got so
TikTok.
much
Like
attention,
clips of Daniel
guess
Larson is
what?
really big on TikTok.
That was the video that triggered YouTube 7+ years ago to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense
He's
program."
cheating
on this
with the
channel because we
AdSense
suspect that you're-
program.
You're sitting there clicking.
Not
on
because he
video
made like
to get ad revenue
disgusting
because you made so
shirtless
much in one day.
shower,
I was I
like
didn't. It
naked
was the
shower
viewers. The viewers
content.
went nuts for this crazy video and probably went
Zoomer
over
on
and were,
cringe
"Oh,
talk,
look,
typical.
Phil
Dude, you
Phil
are a
does awesome
Zoomer.
job. Let's all click on the ads or whatever," which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that on YouTube.
Don't click
No,
on
you're
the
not
ads,
supposed to ever
guys.
try to have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of doing this.
Why
myself.
is he?
That sounds
He's
very real. In the very same breath, he lets
He's
it slip
very
that he asked
annoying.
people to click on the ads, confirming that this was the violation in question before proceeding to haphazardly justify it. This wasn't
He's
the
very
only blow
annoying.
Phil suffered, as a series of playthroughs he was in the process of completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction. He got copyright striked, which made the original Dark Side Phil channel screech to a halt. In response to this, he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel, even after the original channel was reactivated when YouTube decided the copyright claims were indeed false. Since his AdSense account was still not working, the prospect of being a professional gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview, so he went to another website, which at the time was one of YouTube's main competitors, Blip.tv. Blip was considered laxer on
Wait,
copyright issues, hence why
what is
creators
the-
like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also
What
re-uploaded
is
their
the-
content there. However, Phil's time on Blip was very short,
Who
as
is
the more
this?
relaxed terms of service
Who
made
is
him a
this?
little too comfortable. How comfortable? Well, he decided to roleplay
Big
as
Fat
a
Monkey,
rash
thank you for
remaining
the follow,
Nazi
and
during a playthrough of the game Dead
Pippa-
Space 2, saying that every
Pippa
enemy he killed in
X
game
Shondo
was
X
Jewish.
Henya
This is what happens when
feet.
you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Thank you for the follow as
You
well.
let the Jews overrun space, and now
Thanks.
look at this. Their greed
Thanks.
has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs.
What
Despite
is this
being the
shit?
second biggest creator on it at the time, this probably lost him his partnership with Blip.
What
leaving
is
him bereft and upset that he
Linkara?
wasn't
What
given a
is
chance to
that?
redeem himself by the platform. Just in the
This
nick
name's
of time,
very
however,
cool, very
came Machinima,
based.
who offered him a chance to bypass his AdSense
Wait,
troubles by
Machinima
having
like the
money from his bank
Minecraft
account.
animations,
For the sake of
bros?
full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being
So who the
negotiated
fuck
was back in
is-
2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his videos be featured once a week on Machinima's channel, and when his demands were rejected, he made a video trashing the company for unrelated, and according to Hutch, made up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face.
They
Just like
forgave
that,
him!
DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the
That's
gameplay
how the
videos, he
TikTok
had other
bot
segments
accounts
such
work.
as Ask the
He's an
King
associate of
Q&A,
Nostalgia
the Weekly
Critic,
Preview,
Massive
which I
Lol
suppose
Cow.
covered DSP related news, and the most notorious
I know
DSP
he's from the,
Tries It,
like,
where
running-
Phil
the
would,
running
as the name
at you
suggests,
gif.
try new things of all varieties. Eventually, it was canceled, however, due to the negative effects it was having on his health, due to how often the trying involved eating extremely unhealthy fast food. Despite the very rocky road
He
took to get
jacked.
to this
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
Phil
So
finally
that was the
approached
first.
something
That was like our
resembling
first
stability, and even a
exposure.
fan base who
Because I
tolerated
tried
his
to
sense of
Google
humor and the
DSP. The
incessant
first thing that
burping
came up
sorting
was
straight into the
DSP
microphone.
incident. So I
Okay,
looked
that's a
up
little
DSP
facetious. The
incident,
Dead
and it's
Space
just
thing
him
was
jacking off.
honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil. Many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their man cave full of gaming memorabilia. For every person
the
annoyed
fuck?
by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be
People
said the
actually
general
really
audience
liked
wanted
him?
to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for the future of Darkside Phil. But nobody could predict how fast this reputation would
Oh.
sour.
Hate worthless humans. If you work
This
on
isn't
this
even
part
like
of
the
game,
bad
you're
part. We haven't even
worthless.
touched in the bad part.
In the early 2010s, Google reformed its AdSense system, and now it rewarded viewer retention instead of sheer numbers of views.
Huh.
Essentially, the longer someone watches your video, the better. Just getting a click is not enough to make as much
Huh.
money as someone who gets
I don't know
people to
how
stick
bad it
around on your
gets. I'm a
video
little
for an
bit
hour.
worried.
This was an issue for Phil since he had a penchant for splitting his
He's pretty
videos up
eloquent
into
for a giant
dozens of little
man-child.
tidbits, rarely
Allegedly.
crossing 10 minutes, often being as short as 2. He also refused to improve the technical aspects of his content despite how much money he had already made out of it and how many of his actual legitimate fans were begging him. By 2011, PewDiePie was already soaring to insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content, while Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen with little to no
Oh,
editing
wait.
to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on.
Wait,
and
I
Phil's
remember,
viewers
'cause
let
they
him
said,
know that if he wasn't
DSP had a
interested in
thing with
evolving his
PewDiePie.
format, they would move on to newer and better channels than his, to which he either responded with derision, a ban from his channel comments, or both. In short, DSP made it clear he didn't want to treat
Based?
YouTube like it was, his job and his only source of income.
You know, 2 years ago, it was about me, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it, recording for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a
DSP
schedule every day.
Well, let me get this straight.
getting
DSP
up,
hated
whether I feel
PewDiePie
good or not,
and thought his content
down
was
on the
better
couch,
than
setting up
PewDiePie.
live streaming on a schedule so you guys can watch live.
Like, genuinely,
Then
like,
trying to figure out how
unironically,
to
genuinely,
schedule
he was
out
that
uploads.
delusional?
Actually, I'd say this. It's actually more work at this point.
There's no
what I'm
fucking
doing,
way.
because it is more like having a regular job. You know, every day I'm trying to do 2 streams because that's the kind of dedication that I put towards this effort. So, you know,
There's
sitting
no-
down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos, streaming a second stream, babysitting the videos, setting them up for uploads, putting them into playlists, tweeting, keeping you guys in the know. It's a lot of work versus what I used to do.
I don't know what
Very
Dunning
rarely do you
Kruger.
get
I don't
this
know.
clear of an
I don't know what
admission
that
of
is, bro.
laziness.
I don't
He
know.
often bragged about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve the experience for the viewer. The viewer
It's because
being the
he
reason
spent all of
gets
his
any
stream
in
money
the first
on the
place. And if that
WWE
weren't enough,
Gacha
even
game.
in hindsight, he sees nothing wrong with his attitude and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity and concomitantly his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his
Oh,
contract,
it's when really
renegotiating
inept people think
various
they're
areas of
super
their
good.
partnership.
Okay, that makes sense.
Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under
Someone
heavy
is
scrutiny.
they're too
since
stupid
Machinima
to
was
know that they're
receiving a lot
stupid,
less
so
from
they're
advertisers.
super
It seems that
arrogant.
this renegotiation
Oh, it's the
cost
opposite
finally
of
lit an
imposter
ember
syndrome.
under
It's
Phil's
when they
ass,
are
allowing him to
actually
at least
shitty,
try and do different
but they
things
think
in
they're
his
really
usual
good
state.
instead
One
of
these things is a
actually being
series
good
called
and thinking
Project
they're really
7, which was
shitty.
purportedly made based on suggestions from Machinima.
This
and his
guy is
fan
not
base.
real,
I know this
dude.
era of YouTube, and particularly content adjacent to AVGN, 10 and nostalgia critic, which this definitely was, is typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
That's right, and you'll never escape my clutches.
I'll be honest with you guys though, I never did watch AVGN or Nostalgia Critic. What is this? What the fuck? What is this? Dude.
That's just me being a hater though, because alongside with this panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances of genuine positivity surrounding Phil's come up. And for a very brief period, it was almost
So
as
people
if he
actually
wasn't
like
completely
Project
phoning
7,
it in
or
for the
does
money.
this go
However,
downhill too?
Despite Project 7
Does
looking
everything
good
go
on Phil's
downhill?
resume and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him, said that real men discussed their problems and suggested that the only feasible explanation for their falling out is that they were jealous of him, as Phil tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7 and only brought Phil in, presumably because he was looking for ways to branch out with his content. Initially, Phil being the face of it meant that their work would get more eyes on it than usual, which is a good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who exhibited good faith. For starters, the editing and special effects, which again were the brunt of the series, was taking up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This
And he
turned out to
said,
be a
"No,
bold-faced
I'm not
lie,
gonna
which
do
was
it."
instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself, and wanted to share it with absolutely no one. And before you think this is because of machinima renegotiations or what have you, during the production and publishing of the show, Howard noticed that Phil bought a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if that isn't enough to invoke a sense of injustice, a BMW. Notwithstanding, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their
Holy
own
shit,
pocket to
classic
produce and sell
fucking
merchandise
Phil.
for it.
How
But
does he
only
keep
Phil
getting
ever
away
saw
with
any of the
it?
resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's
He
part was
actually
so
spent all of the
extensive that he didn't
revenue,
even
and he's like,
tolerate
"No, I'm not
positive
paying you
comments
because
about
I
the
bought
other
a new
participants
fucking
in Project
Beamer."
7. Upon seeing John Rambo's contributions
The
to
boogie
the
vibes
show
are
be considered
palpable.
funnier
See,
and
and
better
I don't
performed
even
than
know
his,
about
Phil
like
rushed to
anything
claim
about
that
him. I don't really
everything,
know
including
his
their
rabbit
lines,
hole
was
either. I know he's
idea
kind of a
when they
piece
were
of
not.
shit,
They
but
confronted him
I don't
about
know.
it, and
I
he
don't know any of
apologized,
these
but
early
according to
YouTuber
John in
rabbit
particular,
holes.
Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil tended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship
Based?
broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen and care about what actions of his made his pretty much only
I have a lot
friends
to learn,
uncomfortable or
too.
upset, and gave up on interacting with him altogether. Eventually, in 2022,
What's
Phil
great about
claimed
early
that the
YouTubers is that
reason
these
no
guys
payment
really
was
let
made
all
to
their
them for their
baggage
work
hang
on the
out.
project was
I
due to the
guess,
fact that,
dude.
indeed, the project was losing money. Even if this was the case, and who knows, there's a fair chance it was, he could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the project failing until 10 years later is at least a
That's
little
funny
bit
that
suspicious,
it
I
the
guess.
that
Just
is
a
like
little.
really
While the
fucking
seeds were
funny to
being
me though that
sowed
he
through
would
the
never
disintegration
admit
of
that it
Phil's
failed. He's like,
relationship
"No,
with his
no, what the
friends,
fuck?
he
No,
was
it didn't
beginning a new
fail."
relationship with someone else. Leanna,
They're
also
just
known as
bitches.
Panda Lee Games or just Panda Lee. Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was 30 years old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning 20.
He went with.
Old while Leanna was born in 1990.
He was
Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was
based?
30 years old
Thank
while
you,
Leanna
Pippa's
was born in
ex Shondo
1993,
ex
meaning in
Henya
2012 she would have been 19 turning 20. Since Phil's life was indistinguishable from his content at this point, since he would spend most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out of more content, Leanna coming into his life meant that she was bound to show up on the videos as well. However, some viewers took issues with this, as her presence was sometimes considered disruptive to the regular flow of content. Personally, I don't get this very much, because as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil, and close to being as obnoxious and insensitive as he
That's
was.
terrifying.
But yeah, you gotta like expose the Illuminati. They know everything, but I know more.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil regarding her presence in the videos, but Phil, like he always does,
I
took
don't
this
like
constructive
this.
criticism as abject hatred and responded exactly how you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, "Don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you," he replied with a very gracious, "You're a f***ing idiot." The Leanna situation went on for a while, despite the consistent
You're a
grumbling
fucking
of some members of the audience.
beast!
Until one day, it scabbed over during a stream in which Phil was playing Kingdom Hearts. Panda Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality. "Kingdom Hearts is boring. All fanboys, please cry into jars so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage." Due to this somewhat
Alright, let's
inflammatory
hydrate.
comment towards a beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat. This is hardly a shock, since when people are watching Phil play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they
His
liked
girlfriend
Kingdom
is
Hearts,
evil.
but because she was actively drawing negative
She's
attention to herself for
evil.
no
They're
reason.
both
All that
evil.
culminated in her appealing
I don't
to
even know
Phil
what to
to
say.
do
They're just,
something
like,
about people
actually
being mean to her in
evil.
chat, and so Phil conceded.
All right, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've
Stop
had enough.
arguing with my
So we're gonna put it
girlfriend.
in
She's
sub-only
my
mode, and now
girlfriend.
none of you
Stop
can
arguing
talk
with
since you can't act
her.
your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend.
Immensely
Now you can
retarded.
just
Yeah,
have
I
no
think
chat.
so
How about
too.
that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. Fucking idiots.
If people had found her to be a slight, even if infrequent, annoyance before, now she had been seen as a bully and a coward who was prone to
She's also
instigating
a
conflict
bully
with her
and a
boyfriend's
coward.
audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety when people treated
He
her how
was
she
dating
treated
a
others.
teenager,
She also
bruh.
took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, "I get
DSP is
paid for
actually
trolls
married.
to
I know
watch
Destiny
online,
got
so I
fucking
don't see the harm in
cucked because
letting
he's
you
in
get
an
paid
open
for them to cry
relationship,
more.
and then
Yeah,
his
you clearly
wife
aren't getting any, but
is
Phil
gonna
is and
dump
has
him for
over a
another
year now.
dude.
And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else thinks? Because we don't. If you were in front of me, fist punching you right in the balls. Perhaps the most
What the-
ironic moment out of the whole situation was that
the
years
fuck?
later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and exactly the same trait that made Phil so unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil.
Oh, the
to his
stream is
audience.
no, the stream is just
Indirectly, he was the
laggy.
reason many of Phil's fans
No,
noticed
no,
how
the stream is
comfortable
just
he was,
laggy.
disregarding their
Twitch has
opinions
been
and just
really
doing
fucking
whatever he
laggy
wanted
for
at
me
their
lately. I'm
behest.
not sure what it
Besides the
is.
beginning of Leanna's presence in his life
I've
and
got
content,
no drop
2012
cringe
was also
though.
marked by
Yeah,
even
it's
more
just Twitch
examples
being
of Phil
cringe. I'm
being
sorry,
terrible at
bros.
gaming, despite it being the core of his job. The most glaring instance was
Oh, we
during the
watched
video
this one.
of
Wait, guys,
Black
this was
Lives
the video
Black
that we
Mesa, in which he
watched.
failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game because he didn't know how to crouch jump, and then claimed that this core mechanic of the game's movement was actually bugged. Up until this
It's
moment,
bugged.
Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were,
Another
they'd
stream
just
you're
fall on
watching is
deaf
also building.
ears. But as
Yeah,
2013
exactly. That's what I'm
began,
saying. I
this was
think
fated
it's
to
like
change.
Twitch
A
having
YouTube account
issues,
called
but I know a lot of
Evil
people have been
AJ2010
saying the last
uploaded
like
the
month or
very
so
first
Twitch has been
entry to
having
a sprawling series of
issues with
videos that would
streams being
ultimately
up
spell
and
Phil's
stuff,
downfall as a
bro.
content creator.
Yeah,
This
it's
series was
bugged. It's
called
bugged
This
stream
Is How You
mechanics.
Don't Play, and it compiled DSP's playthroughs while highlighting the funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil playing Metal Gear, a stealth game, like it was a regular action game, and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he
He's
made
like,
an
"Oh,
effort
well,
to claim that
actually-"
they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's playthroughs and indirectly making him money, it was clear that for whatever reason, being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value, it's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at
I
Metal
guess-
Gear
I
Solid.
mean,
It's
I'll
not
be
that big
honest.
of a deal, right? Like, somebody could make a
I-
whole channel on how bad I am at video
I just kind
games.
of
They could
based
make
to
it
freak out on
millions.
people
But
like
for
that
Phil,
whenever
it was
they
the
say,
straw that broke the
actually,
camel's
you're
back.
not
The dam
you're
was
not the
cracking,
best
and many of
person in the
Phil's
world at this
detractors, as he
game.
came to
And just like
notoriously call
absolutely
them,
have
saw
like
it as
a
sign that they could
meltdown
also
over
speak about
it.
their grievances with DSP in general. Slowly, this
It's
spark
real, yeah,
created
that's
by
me
this
on screen
video
right
turned
now.
into a wildfire.
That's me.
To an extent, it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's
This is
topic
literally
was.
some like
Meanwhile,
Christian
the
tier
How
stuff.
You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience for that. It seemed like Phil felt the shift to his public image.
We're watching
happening in real
DSP.
time,
I'm
prompting him
learning.
to make 2
I
videos to
downloaded.
address
I'm
the
learning
negativity,
about
though he acted
DSP.
as if
I've never
people
heard of
actually
DSP
hated
before.
him
We're
just because
learning.
he was bad at the games. The thing is, many people have marketed their gaming videos on them sucking at it and dying a lot, but DSP was the opposite. opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game whenever he sucked. Part of his ego, part of his persona was that he was good at games.
That's what I want to do.
Furthermore, he
I
also had a
actually
history
like
of
that.
putting other people down
You know,
for
it is
not being
actually
good at
not me.
games.
It's the
Case in
fucking
point,
game.
Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video called "Get Competitors' Ads Off My Videos" that supposedly was just him being upset that other channels were being advertised for in his videos. Putting aside the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a significant portion of it, he did nothing but bash Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being
No!
said, please understand.
Alright. I'm okay. You know what? I could tolerate him being a bitch. I could tolerate him threatening to fight people. I could tolerate him dating a teenager. But I will not allow this man to slander Tobuscus. Fucking piece of shit.
This video is not intended to be a direct attack on anyone.
A few moments later.
Your videos suck, you're not funny, and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own f***ing videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was
Dude,
doing
like I
was
watched
angering the parts of
like
his audience
old
that he
era
shared
like
with Toby.
Tobuscus
But
in
Phil
Minecraft
also
when I was a little
specifically and
kid.
seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or not. Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels,
Dude, like this, like Tobuscus Happy Meals, bro. That was my childhood.
To get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts.
That was
so
my
that his total
childhood,
view
bro.
count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video. Anyone with
I used to watch him play
cursory knowledge
Aether.
of DSP
So when I
recognized
watched
he was throwing
Tobuscus, I would watch I think it was like a vanilla survival, or maybe it was modded. You know what? Maybe it was modded, but it'd be the one where I don't know if any of you guys watch like old Tobuscus, but his base was on top of an ice lake. And it would always snow, and his base would get covered in snow. It was like a little like cobblestone house. Do you guys know which like playthrough I'm talking about? You do know that one? You guys know that one? Okay, yeah. That was yes. That's what I watched when I was a little
Last
kid.
but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort.
The snowy column base. Yep.
That as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record his playthroughs instead of pointing
I'm glad
camera at his
we
screen.
have watched
In his
the
mind,
same
his decision to
Tobuscus
not pay anyone
videos.
to edit and improve his SEO by making decent thumbnails for him is justified due to how stellar his commentary is. So much so that he describes it as non-stop improv comedy. I'm not going to sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy definitely managed to be even more obnoxious.
Phil's brand of comedy, right? I can excuse the racism, I can excuse the borderline pedophilia, but I draw the line at making fun of Tobuscus.
And then they hired Toby Turner to be the guy backstage. He's acting like an asshole. He acts like he's a goofball.
He hates PewDiePie and Tobuscus.
He's self-deprecating.
He hates
This
PewDiePie
entire
and
promotion was particularly
Tobuscus.
rich due to how many times Phil accused other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima World Order, whose intro can be seen in many of the detractors' videos at the time. Unfortunately, there was also a downside.
Did you know
to Phil
Tobuscus
being
appeared
faced
on
with
an
all
episode
this
of Law and
criticisms
Order,
that gave him the
especially
opportunity
continued
to
about
play
Gamergate?
victim,
I did
despite
not
his
know
decline
that.
in viewership having begun all
But
the way
I do
back
remember
when
when he
YouTube's
was
ad
on the
revenue system
annoying
switched
Orange
to
TV
retention. He
show. I
swiftly
did
shifted
watch
the
that
blame
one
to
though.
Evil AJ and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said as a side to be on. Finally,
Did you see how he was fucking squinting, bro? Look at how pissed he looked. He's like, what the fuck is this dude saying?
2013, DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card, presumably his way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see.
I want to say thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I hope you have fun hanging out with us, man.
Undeterred, Phil went on to cause even greater controversy within his audience when he started the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway of 2013. When rather than giving away actual games, he instead gave away empty boxes.
How is this man not a product of some science experiment? I think he might be, but that's like, we have to watch further into the video to see if like, what his fucked up. See, and that's the thing. That's the thing. He's not like Chris Chan, where like, you know, he was the product of an affair and didn't really have the best upbringing. He was spoiled. This guy was like freaking spoiled and just was an asshole. Yeah.
Did you open that up? gonna see. The game's gone created years ago.
This got him
Yeah.
lambasted and
We've
unsubscribed from
we've
even
kind
by
of
many
gotten
his
hooked on
diehard
this
fans.
documentary.
Besides
He's
his fans,
a
he was
very
also being
interesting
ridiculed by his
specimen.
peers. Other YouTubers and gaming adjacent celebrities anywhere from 2013 to mid 2014 were finding out who DSP was from the clips of him floating around online. PewDiePie and Minecraft's creator Nosh were roped into the
Style
DSP
parenting creates
phenomenon.
awful
Even
fucked
fellow
up gamer
Blip.tv
children.
adjacent
We just can't let them
lolcow
become
Spoonie
gamers.
was roped in. Perhaps the most notable instance of another
He was
YouTuber
selling his
chiming in with their
empty
2 cents about DSP's situation was total
That's
biscuit, but
actually
not because it was
evil.
the most aggressive takedown. As a matter of fact, it was quite the opposite. It was one of the most scathing pieces of criticism DSP ever received, precisely because of how generous and understanding it was as far as trying to see it from Phil's point of view. After being mentioned a few times by DSP, Total Biscuit made a comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's
and
content
see,
and
the
his
typical
attitude. I've done
DSP
some terrible things on the
fashion
internet
would
that I
be
regret,
to
but
create a
nothing
video
close to the
response
stuff
to
he does
this
on a very regular basis.
and
He is
be
a
like,
really
be
bad
like,
let's
actually,
player,
he is
constantly
jealous.
blaming the
Actually,
game
he
for
is,
his
you
own
know, he is
mistakes, and I
fucking
find that
jealous.
really distasteful. If you make your living
Hi,
playing
Rag
someone else's
Outdoor.
work,
Hey,
then
yeah,
the least
it's
you
good
can
seeing
do
your
is
face in the
respect
chat.
the
Hope
work
you're
that
doing
went
well.
into it in the first place.
Really pretty
I
good
don't
if he
like to
wasn't
see
an ass and
someone
took care of
harassed
himself.
online
That's what
daily.
we were
I've
saying
experienced it
earlier,
myself,
like,
and it's put me in some really dark
the
places.
pictures from
But
like
to say
the
DSP brings it
freaking
on
like
himself
fighting
is a
game
massive
tournaments in like the early
understatement.
2000s, he
His
didn't
persona
look
is the
bad.
king
He
of
wasn't
hate.
like
He does it on
obese
purpose,
or
and there's a lot of
anything.
baggage that comes with being super negative. That's like his only defining characteristic. He's not good at the
F
games
for
he
John,
plays. He's
what
a controversy
happened?
machine, and that feeds his channel. Nothing I've seen him do has caused anything positive to happen. Here's the thing: insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion.
He got
DSP is
killed.
terrible
Oh,
for
he's
this, and
actually
most of what he
dead?
says to his viewers is
Like, in
inexcusable,
real
but let's
life?
not pretend
He
that
died like
viewers are
7
immune to
years
criticism
ago?
themselves.
Oh,
They often
shit.
act like assholes. They're entitled, whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with
Dude,
no
I didn't know
constructive
that.
use.
Holy
It can drain
shit.
you emotionally and mentally to be subject to that kind of stuff all the time, and I really feel like part of that is why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do shitty things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason.
He's actually,
Rather than
he's
try to
like,
move away
he's
from that,
digging
he
into
has
this
embraced
guy
it.
like,
I'd like to see
like
DSP get
crazy
some
actually.
therapy. DSP in his current form doesn't help anyone, least of all himself, and incidents like the "I'm giving away boxes" thing make
I'm
me believe
giving
he has
away
some problems that he
boxes.
needs to deal with and get past.
Empty
because
boxes.
regular people would not
He
consider
was a
that
harsh
a
game
normal,
critic, but a good
sensible
guy.
thing to
I
do.
see, I
kind of
see.
pity him, but there's
Yeah,
no
similar ones that's really
didn't
hard
take
to
kindly
treat
to it.
late
The entire
stage,
comment
like
is
later
incredibly
stage.
flawed.
It's
obvious
pretty
he
much
doesn't watch my
impossible
content
to
at all,
treat.
and has only formed an idea of who I am and what I produce from
Oh,
the
no, my
KWO
stream is
montages.
up.
Because watching any playthrough for more than
My
5
stream
minutes
is
outside
stayed
of
up,
Metal Gear Solid
dude.
2 and 3, you
It's
know that
your
my content
Twitch,
isn't
bro. It's your
constantly bashing
Twitch. I'm
games,
sorry,
game devs, and
dude.
blaming the game exclusively. Yes, complaining about the games are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content
It's
I put
definitely
out.
not
The
as
fact
bad
he
as
thinks
it was
that the king of
yesterday,
hate
though,
instead of embrace
right?
being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total
It's
Biscuit
definitely
thinks
not
his
as
videos
bad
are
as it
some kind
was
of
yesterday.
godsend
Yesterday
because
it
he's
happened
informing
like
people
almost
about
10
new
times
games
or
that you might not have
something.
heard of, and
Or
frequently
maybe it
he
wasn't
rips the stuff
yesterday,
he
it was
wants
like
a
the
new
day
asshole.
before
He thinks
yesterday.
his content is better than mine
Oh, it was
because people
yesterday.
don't
Yeah,
buy
yesterday
bad
was like
games when they
way,
see
way
stuff.
worse for
Only
that.
I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews. Just because he puts out one highly edited
DSP
video
fucking
and I
killed
play
Twitch.
through an entire
Dude,
game
he
from
knows
start to
he
finish
knows I'm
doesn't make
making
him
ad
better than me.
revenue.
And honestly,
He knows I'm
one
making
edited
ad
video
revenue
versus playing through an
reacting
entire
to a video
game, which is
hating on
really
him.
harder to do.
So it's like
Seeking
he has to
therapy
do
because I
everything in his
sometimes get
power to
upset
take this
over
down.
/ baited by trolls. If I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut
DSP, I
house
love
by
some
now.
of it.
Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was exclusively negative, Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like shit accusation and the empty box giveaway so that he doesn't have to acknowledge there's at least an inkling of truth
Dude,
to
what the
TB's
fuck?
comment. Despite the fast approaching instability due to his plummeting in popularity and YouTube's ad revenue policies not
Gotta go.
treating
Oh,
his
thank you for
content
stopping
kindly
by like a
whatsoever,
fox.
the
I
financial
appreciate you.
mastermind that is
Oh my
Phil Burnell decided it was
gosh.
time to once again buy a new condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly, he had no outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still paying the mortgage for, and decided that Connecticut was
He was
too
still in
expensive
debt
to
for
live
his
in due to its
condo?
very
Well, I
high
guess
taxes.
if he
so much
bought
so
it,
that it was
bought
worth
it.
it getting a house in another state, despite his outright admission that he had no prospects of selling or renting the Connecticut condo. In early 2014,
He looks
Phil
like
and
a
Leanna
thumb.
move in
I
together.
hate it.
Phil
I
made
hate
clear from the
it.
get-go that he was going to need his audience's money. A lot of
can't
it.
play well
Again,
because I'm
the
saving
issue
my
isn't
potions.
necessarily that he's asking for support. It's that the reason he needs support in the first
Slim,
place
you been
is that he
saving up your
decided to
rested
do a very
XP?
expensive move at the same time his
You been
channel was
saving your
dying.
rested
To make
XP?
matters worse, he tried implying that his lack
You
of
gotta
money it wasn't
go.
his
You
fault,
gotta
but
go
that
so you can
these slow
sleep.
months
Okay.
he was
Thank you for
experiencing
stopping by,
was due to the games
Shimmy.
being
I hope you
released
have a
at
good
the
rest
time
of your
not being good.
evening.
It even got to the point that he suggested he was going to upgrade his video's quality to 1080p. You know the situation
Why
was
does his
bad
girlfriend
because
look like
Darkseid was
that?
considering doing the bare minimum. But the trolls didn't fall for the pity party. If anything, his pivot to e-begging after his AdSense brute force strategy strategy was no longer functional only earned him even more distaste.
I like-
Hence, instead of doing the smart
You know what? I
thing
think
by
it's kind of. I
admitting
think
this
it's kind
format
of
was
based that he
outdated
was
and
able
obsolete and
to
changing
like
it
pity
radically,
beg.
he'd rather beg for his fans to give him money directly.
I like
Before,
that. I
Phil was
like that,
just
honestly.
ignoring the requests of people who watched him, but now he was setting himself up to
Wait, there's so
inevitably
many-
ignore the requests
dude.
of people directly putting
Maybe
money
you-
in his
you
pocket.
know that
But
if you
tensions
play-
weren't rising exclusively on the YouTube front. Over at his fan forum, because yes, he has a fan forum, the users were beginning to become upset.
He has a
over
fan,
DSP's
just a
tyrannical
Chad with
method
his
of management.
Stacy.
Without due
Stacy that's like
justification or warnings,
11
Phil
years
tended to
younger
ban
than him.
users and lock threads without any concern. One
Euros,
infamous quote
thank
to
you
come
for
out
the
of
follow. I
situation
really
was Phil
appreciate it.
saying,
I hope you have
"I can't break
fun
the
hanging
rules,
out with
I
us."
am the rules." I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting Louis XIV.
So he
King of
made
France,
himself
who
his
said,
own
"I am the law,
fan
I am the
website,
state."
like
His own
a
fan base got so
DSP
sick of it that even the
fan.
mods of the forum, who were appointed
Fan
by Phil himself,
website.
took issue with it and tried to strike an agreement with Phil so that by establishing clearer rules, he would no longer act as an administrator and let them do their job. Consequently, he made a post announcing it. Effective immediately, all account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my work are considered
Oh my
trolling,
god, he's
and per
actually like
forum rules
Christian.
are a
This
permanently
guy's
bannable
unironically
offense.
like
This
Christian. He's
includes
like,
the
he's
Kojima
like, if
world order in
you're
particular, but is not
anything
limited
relates
it.
to
I'm
something
already seeing
trolling me,
accounts that,
it's
no
not
surprise, are
allowed.
popping up on the site and doing nothing but spreading unfair and unwarranted negativity about me. I'm all for legit criticism, but these anti-DSP movements are not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business. If you have a problem with that, contact an admin. for
DSP
immediate
has legit
deactivation
fans,
of your
like
account.
unironic
Thanks all for
fans?
understanding and moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not uphold his end of the bargain by permabanning a user for what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned en masse, saying, "For those who read the settled agreement, this was not
Did we
allowed.
get to the part
It
where
was
he
in
jerked off
direct
on stream? We
violation
already
of our
watched
agreement.
that.
We
We already
tried our
watched
best to
it.
stay, and unfortunately, we failed in that regard. All the best
People
to the party
actually
staff.
donate to him
Noticing
after he
that
says
even
all
his
this
own
stuff?
mods had left him, or in his eyes, betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond on the forums. Mods did not uphold their end of the bargain first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of dollars for a website where I get personally attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same people. Getting slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't
Most
done
people
anything to
donate
change the fact
extra?
that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head.
What?
In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to
We watched that
properly
part. I wasn't
moderate,
here.
or I'll be
Dude, come
downgrading the forum
on!
altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't really need a $3,000 website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out.
I
actually
mean, I
don't
guess
know
to a
what the hell
degree
he's
he
talking
kind
about
of
here. There are
almost
free
admitted
forum
he was
template
wrong
websites you
there.
can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a
Ugh,
really
he
bad
looks so
liar. As a
greasy
matter of
and
fact, there's
gross,
no reason
though.
to even bring up $3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back
He
to
looks all
lying
greasy
because they
and
were
gross. I
unpaid.
hate
The
looking at
situation
these
continued
close-ups
to
of his
escalate as
face.
an administrator ousted Phil and would continue to take over the site, who in turn canceled the giveaway he was doing at the time due to it relying on fan art that was being published on the site. After the site was flooded with not safe for work images
Dude,
and
he-
completely wrecked, it went
unironically,
down
he's like-
and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it
In
sometime
every,
later with a new,
like in
less
every
inflammatory
facet,
name,
bro, he
just
is a
the
freaking
DSP
man-child.
forums. When someone entered DSP's stream as he played Mortal Kombat 10, they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Leanna Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
He's talking about something that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. He
is like
the
Christian. It's
reason
really
this
easy to
guy
piss
joined
him
my match
off.
was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone.
Thanks.
The
Thanks,
people who wanna
Slim.
play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this
Thanks,
fucking
Slim.
idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his audience, and he apologized.
He
the very
got
next day in a
baited.
video on his
He
YouTube
literally,
channel.
it's
For
so
once,
easy for
this
them
was
to
an
bait
appropriate
him. Like,
response,
how does
even
this
if he
keep
was
happening to
pressured
this
into doing it.
guy?
Every once in a while, Phil does seem to
There's no
exhibit a sense
liquid
of
Phil,
clarity.
dude.
For
A
example,
liquid
some
Phil
of
would
his
be
trolls
like,
doxed his new location back in the summer of 2014, which wasn't a very difficult task to do considering how careless DSP
dude,
was
a
about
liquid
it.
Phil.
It took a long time
Oh
for someone to
God,
do
that would
something
be
with
like
information,
it.
but
That
after
would be
5
it.
consecutive days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to swat Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her family. I don't have to explain how absolutely unjustified and dangerous this was, but thankfully, Phil had already been in contact with the police because he predicted something like that would happen. Perhaps because something similar already had happened at some point, but that's just speculation.
He's
However,
already been
Phil
s-
took
oh
this as
my
an
God.
opportunity to conflate the people who tried to swat him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or mocked him on the internet, saying that it
Yeah,
was
I
the
guess
negative
Liquid Phil would
vibes
just
people
be
created
anybody
around
that's
him
like
that almost
competent
cost him his
at
life. As
any
bad as
video
swatting thing is,
game.
that's just a silly thing for him to do, especially in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to swat him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content,
Wait, so this is like mid 2010s. He still did not have like an editor or anything like that.
The copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with Slow Beef, popped up on Twitter to address what Phil was up to with the abusive copyright claims. Ironically, DSP was
Sap has an editor, bro, and DSP doesn't, bro.
When DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this posed to Phil's livelihood was so immense that drastic action will be taken. Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine.
Like him a better stuff. I don't think you should compare yourself to
away from his videos and streams. Now, his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the house of cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However, the crux of the issue is, despite having actively participated in bringing all of this upon himself, he simply wouldn't stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up.
Slim, I think you should just sit down and watch the DSP doc.
Over $1,000 a month. Like he always did
The
when it came to
DSP
asking
doc.
for money, he brought up the topics
It's
of
only
his
2
taxes and
hours
bills,
long.
saying he had to pay off his
You
house.
got time,
But it was
right?
clear to anyone with half a brain that Phil was not
You got
exactly living
time?
frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually depended on things like the hike in revenue in the latter half of the year to keep himself afloat through all of the
With
debt
my
being
Zoomer
incurred.
brain
None
on,
of
yes.
which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things.
Oh, right,
Though
we
he
saw this
previously
clip. We
pledged
saw
to
this
never
clip,
again
I
ask for
think.
money online, saying he would rather get a different job than be an e-beggar. He presumably reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in
He
comparison
said, I'd rather
to a
get
real
another job than
and
be
he
an
didn't want to
e-beggar,
lose
and then
his YouTube
proceeds
gig.
to be
He
an
actually
e-beggar for
ridiculed the mere
like
concept of
10
asking
years
people for money,
straight.
saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need money, I don't want that. That's ridiculous that I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that, and I would actually
Doesn't he literally like turn around and ask for money like a week later?
like that, and I really hope
He
that
got
I never
asked
will.
to collab with Pippa. I would not even wish. I would not wish that shit upon Pippa, bro. What the fuck?
A problem at hand. This wasn't the only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was free.
The reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free. Guess what, Notch?
Minecraft
You're
is
an
free?
idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply having missed the game and set it as one of the tiers. However, much like any of the other obligations Phil made to his
not
patrons
free?
during this time, he would fail to fulfill the extent
It's
of what
not
was
free?
promised, with him only playing 1 of 4 prospective Minecraft sessions due to low viewership. Another incident came when users voted Persona
in
3
early
to be that
beta.
month's Patreon game. After a 4-month playthrough, he reached the final boss, only to rage quit it and not finish, saying it was the worst designed boss fight he'd ever done.
Based?
He only returned to Persona 3
Based?
later, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Based?
Another tier on the DSP Patreon was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised to do if he hit $1,250
He made so much money from
a
that
month.
shit,
The
too.
goal was met, and he took some time off of streaming to work on it. Just 2 weeks later, he indefinitely postponed production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to refund the money donated for that specific purpose. It was also around this time that Phil decided he would only fulfill his pledge obligations if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract
gonna
the
play
abundance
Persona,
of false
dude?
pledges he was receiving on Patreon.
I don't like
In
kids. I'm
addition
not
to this
gonna play
controversy,
Persona.
the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons,
Those are our
including the fact he
forefathers and
monetized
streamers
the
that
video
came
he made
before
talking
us.
about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between Phil, John, and Howard.
I
Since
thought we
this
already
time,
went over
Phil's
these
made clear
people
on
not
multiple
liking each
occasions how he
other.
simply doesn't have the time to invest into friendship friendships, instead sinking his time into his business, something that apparently continues to this day. Much later on, Phil recognized that during this time period, it wasn't just his professional life that was tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd
thank you
completely
for the
lost
follow. I
touch
really
with his
appreciate it.
best
I hope you have
friends from
fun
his
hanging
peak
out with
era,
us.
both of which are cited as some of the most negatively
Yes!
impactful moments
We
of his
already
life.
watched the
He also
video of
recalls
DSP
doing
jacking
nothing but
off on
eating
camera.
fast food and drinking
Whoa!
to such an extreme point that he describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad, and despite everything, you can't help but feel pretty bad.
Dude,
for
he
the
looks
guy.
gross and fat, man. Alright, this is the downward spiral.
DSP began 2016 with a three-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called
See, why does he have so
COLDPILLED
many
Gaming.
channels?
After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners and the audience of trolls he had attracted. It was supposed to be his year. Phil
Well,
would
oh,
finally
oh,
become
thank
Timothy
you!
until one
Thank you, I
foolish
made it
mistake
myself.
sapped his momentum right at the
I
very
drew it
beginning.
and
One of the
rigged it
ways he
myself.
found to make up for his past shortcomings as a content creator was to return to Persona 3 to beat it, as he was supposed to do a long time before. However, just as his
He
live
couldn't
stream
beat
for it
it.
was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers. In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream
Wait!
preparation.
Is this the incident? Also, Anonymous, thank you for the gift stuff. I really appreciate it. Oh, is this the incident, Chad? I missed it. This is the incident.
Informing for. However, just as his live stream for it was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers. In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream preparation ritual, if we can call it that. I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen, even though it's not explicit per
He's
se,
zerking
since you can't
it.
see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motions and his facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out immediately prior to beginning his stream. As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts and he says,
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
almost as if he was knowingly nodding to those who had the displeasure of witnessing the whole thing. As far as live streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by
He's the
Keemstar
actual
of Drama
gooner.
Alert, and potentially it's the
Fuck.
single most well-known moment of DSP's
We like to
career
say that we're
this
gooners,
day.
but we're
However,
not. You're not a
ironic
real
and
gooner
depressing
until you
that
do
may
that.
seem.
High
Phil's first
testosterone
response to the
behavior.
situation was
You're
to
gonna.
simply ban
You are
anyone
gonna
who
tell
streamed
me. You are going to look at that, and you're gonna tell me
had
that
to
is high
question him on what
testosterone.
exactly he was up to during
Oh,
that
Reggie.
pre-stream. Due to the stream only having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and since a lot of people watch live streams in the background while doing something else,
He's a
like
shit
gaming,
gooner,
he
he
probably
lasts
thought
like
this
2
moment
minutes.
would simply
I
sink into
gu-
obscurity and be quickly
I
forgotten about by
guess.
those who had witnessed it. I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe
I
even thousands of
guess.
hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before, and it just got lost like
That's
tears
something
in
maybe
the
I
rain.
calories.
His next move is to berate
I've
those
gotten
who
more
suggested he was such a
testosterone than
degenerate
Phil.
as to masturbate in front of his YouTube viewers publicly before proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg. I don't know one single human on earth that enjoys scratching their leg.
He
that much.
he
Honestly,
actually was
I
like,
think
no,
if
I
he
didn't
just
do that, and he
acknowledged
doubled
what
down
happened
and he's
and
like,
made
no,
a
I didn't
joke
do
out
that.
of it, it probably would have been pretty funny. He just
Hold on.
couldn't do that. The hit to his ego was too big. After the immediate shock and embarrassment wore him down to the point where Phil felt comfortable in ceasing his reflexive lying, about a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was, in fact, not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery this time around, some people
This-
thought that Phil either faked it
this
or did
one,
it on
the
purpose
Rowley
in order to get
gif,
attention to his
saying hi to a
floundering
friend, but
career.
their nuts are
However,
hanging
as
out.
misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if
That's
we've
what
learned
happened.
anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite how bad the incident in and of itself is, this is
The
one of Phil's
incident.
most competent bouts of dealing with backlash.
Why would you even jerk
as
off
he
where
just
you
very
work
quickly
/ stream?
owned up to it
I
within,
agree,
like,
I
a
think
day or
it's,
two. However, despite dealing with this flaw minimally
disgusting,
well,
to
Phil
say
couldn't
the
look very
least.
optimistically
It's-
towards the future of his career and was
It's
very
like
much
going
past
to the
his prime.
office
On the 1st of
and
May
cranking
2016,
one
while
out.
streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I have not looked at stream numbers all day. My God, the stream numbers were terrible. Wow, what happened? Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit.
That's the least you could do. $5 is the least you could do. He's a Findom streamer.
Or Pokemon.
Maybe.
I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I had enough excuses.
He doesn't sound bored. He just sounds angry.
And don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what else to say. You know.
Also, these look like camera recordings of his screens or some shit, because you can see all the pixels.
Grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind. He isn't open to consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of quality of his content, or better yet, the consequences of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan base, which was then compounded by other creators like Review Tech USA, who covered his little tantrum on livestream. Phil apologized for calling his viewers lazy, but remained steadfast in his belief that the viewership drop-off has nothing to do with the content itself.
I'm sorry for calling. That's like me going, guys, I'm sorry for calling you lazy, but you all should donate to me.
And Phil thought to capitalize on the community source content. He allowed other people to submit videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them
watching Review Tech USA. Oh shit.
Exposure by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small note here by saying that he still hasn't tried hiring an editor to work for him to help make his Let's Play content watchable. It's actually mesmerizing. Anyway, the success of posting community source content on KO
No, guys, wait, it's a bit. It's a bit to shit on DSP. Wait, channel.
I'm
like, thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate it. What happens when you call us lazy? This is what happens when you call us lazy. That's right. No! Taco Cooking, thank you for the gift sub to Gary the Snail.
Off of them, it depended even more on his immediate income. However, the potential for AdSense
guys, this is backfiring.
Content was deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly
because thank you for the 10 months. I really appreciate
every
it.
offensive expletive known
And Veron, thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate it.
Immense amounts of credit card debt to accrued, the mortgage for
and Mr. Zone, thank you for the 1 gift sub and anonymous. Wait!
Since it's not clear that he stopped paying it.
Wait! Whoa! Pause.
This panic over his future led to even greater tensions with Machinima, who advised
He's covering
DSP
it
start
for a lot of
uploading
other
shorter
chatters
edited
because
content to
some
try
of
and
you
amend
guys
the
are
declining rates of
lazy.
viewership. However, at this point,
Can't
DSP
even
is
spare
almost a decade
$5
into
for the
phoning in,
AdSense.
now that he's tight on money,
For the
there's no way
AdSense,
he's
you
paying
didn't
someone
even
competent
click
to
on the
edit this
ad
stuff.
for the
Incapable of
AdSense.
understanding how the business model of his own business operates, Phil thinks that Machinima, along with Google,
But holy
is
shit,
shafting him out
hold
of
on,
money and years
holy
of his
fucking
loyal
shit, hold on.
servitude. In his mind, they owe him
Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to
something,
Manaya
even if
for
the
400
content simply
Tokuka.
is not
Thank
working
you
out.
so much for the
Strangely,
10
he seems to
gifted, dude.
believe
I
that the
really
changes in
appreciate it.
algorithm were
Mr.
somehow
Something for the
malicious in
100 biddies
nature,
of Oblivion
and
Order.
that
Thank you
they
for the
owed him
1 gift
explanations
sub.
to why he was
And
being
Cam,
treated
thank you for the 1 gift sub
He
as
released a video airing out his
well.
grievances
You guys are
and
crazy.
basically
Hey, there's
saying
no
that he would
timer.
get to the bottom
Pause.
of it, as if
Pause.
there was
There's no
something to get to
timer
the
here.
bottom
There's no
of.
timer
There's
here.
no
Chill.
deeper explanation to it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation.
We're watching
and once the
DSP, bro.
apocalypse hit, he was too exposed.
We're watching
and thought the worst of
DSP,
it.
bro.
Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory
timer, you
answer as to why he was
bitch,
making
you
so little money, and primarily
bitch,
he wanted
we
an
have
answer
to-
to why it wasn't his fault. His tirade heightened the friction between him and
Thank you
Machinima,
for the gifts of the
finally
low tier
partnership
god.
came to
You are
an
so
end as Phil was
swag.
fired from the
Thank you for the
network.
gifts of the low
Probably
tier
one of
god.
the only people to
We
ever
have
be
to like,
fired from
we
the
have to
Machinima
really
network.
focus.
By March
We have to.
2017, views had never been lower, despite how frequently
We have to
content was
really
being pumped
fucking
out.
focus on
Phil's
this
merch on
because
Teespring wasn't
I want to
bringing in
like
enough
pick
revenue
up.
to
I want to
keep
pick
things
up the
afloat. So he went on
tactics
the
he
search for a new
uses.
MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by
I wanna
2017,
pick up the
MCNs
tactics
were
he uses
basically
because maybe
phased
it'll
out
help
from
out. You
YouTube.
know, you
Most
never
people
know.
saw them as scams, or in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything
There
for
will
you
be a
as result.
test.
But here Phil
Oh,
was still
shit,
looking for
dude.
MCN. Eventually, he found one called Curse, which was willing to take him in. This was a bit foolish on
This
their
is the
part,
first
I
time I've
should
heard
say,
Turkey
since he
Tom in
promptly
normal speed.
abandoned them
Oh,
to sign with
you should
another
donate
MCN,
now.
but very
What's
immediately
different?
offered him content
What
IP protection
what he
with the
does?
bonus of allowing him to
What
copyright claim
DSP
the
does?
derivative
This
videos
isn't
of
like
his
your average like
detractors.
run of
Soon
the mill
after,
like
Phil
dono
noticed
bait. This is
Laveria's
like
inability to commit to any of their promises
this is
to him
advanced.
on
This is like
writing, and
professional
sussed out that they
baiting.
probably weren't going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned to Curse, which, while less lucrative,
Yeah,
allowed Phil
taxes
to
are
continue
coming
his
in
work.
April,
However, just
guys.
as one negative feedback loop is looking like it might stop, another
We
one
need light
begins.
side fill. That's
Phil's
liquid
domestic
fill.
life with
That's
Leanna
actually
became
liquid
turbulent.
fill.
Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life
Yeah,
experience
taxes
she was
come in
accruing while at
April,
work,
guys. It's
surrounded by
gonna
adults with expectations
kick
of
really.
responsibility and
I'm trying to
maturity,
remember
she began
exactly what he
maturing
said in that
herself.
video.
Naturally,
Taxes
heated
come
tensions
in
arose between her
April.
and
It's
Phil.
really
In
gonna
early
kick my
2017,
ass.
She tweeted a photo of a fake engagement ring saying, "My coworker Stalkers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it. While seemingly small, it communicated a lot about how their relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment, expecting Phil to take it to the next level, while he was comfortably inert.
Thank you for the $5 tip. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's see. It looks like you guys are putting the work in, Ben. Can you make yourself smaller? You're covering a third of the video.
Finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little while later, Leanna suffered an anxiety attack that was so intense it landed her in the hospital. This flare-up of her condition compounded on top of their already bad situation.
What? He looks scary and evil.
Stay in the emergency room, despite her receiving nothing resembling treatment besides a pill, according to Phil. The reason for her anxiety attack is unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but many people speculate it had to do with her relationship with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved out. While he denied it for a brief period, he eventually did speak out on it, saying the following. Since there's been tons of
probably like, oh, she's a bitch.
To clear it up. Yes, it's true that Leanna
I bet he'd be like, we broke up and she's a bitch, but I broke up with her. I dumped her because she's a bitch and annoying.
Any unnecessary drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence, and we're still on good speaking terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind-the-scenes occurrences and feelings that, quite frankly, are nobody's businesses but our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly, and we'd both appreciate.
I'm surprised he sounds pretty human in that clip. Actually, he sounds pretty human.
Won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only
time. Can you mute the video and revoice the lines? You want my throat to get sore again?
There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding. Meanwhile, the trolls took this opportunity.
Yeah, he was on his meds.
A phone call to the radio station 897 KACC and requested the song "Baby Come Back" on Phil's behalf.
897 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate "Baby Come Back" by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving
that's
like
so fucking evil.
Perhaps even worse.
Yo, this is like the fucking case clip. Hold on.
And began struggling to eat. Hold on. As he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negative.
Hold on. I have to pause this. Ah! Anonymous! Thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate it. Holy fuck.
All those waffles at the Waffle House.
Like $19.
On your special day.
This.
Okay, last one. Happy 21st birthday to Case. We love you. We hope you enjoy eating all those waffles at the Waffle House. I can get on board with that on your special day. We are so proud of.
That's how I feel like the dedication. That's what I thought of when I heard that clip.
And your sister Chica. Can you take
what? I think this motherfucker is so funny. Okay, hold on.
In his life. At this point, he was more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber since he was getting increasingly less results.
Wait, he was a Twitch streamer?
And still, the requests for donations from Patreon kept becoming more frequent. His trolls found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog chasing a car.
Oh, this clip's just his chat calling him fat, yeah.
Rock bottom, or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017, Phil got into another relationship, one that he publicly announced in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired woman tending to his Christmas tree, though her identity was concealed. The trolls' response to this was to quickly start a thread on Kiwi Farms, claiming to be a lady of the night who was hired to pretend to be DSP's girlfriend. And what is perhaps the strangest twist of this entire story?
Wait, she was actually a prostitute that he hired?
Were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeist, a pair of professional scammers who used pictures of young women without their consent to swindle victims of their money. After a decade of their grift, it was their attempt at defaming Phil that caused their undoing. The woman whose picture they used to pretend to be Phil's fake girlfriend was contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like that, the thread was gone. The account that made this thread was soon linked to another pseudonym, Angelina Capri, who had registered a domain in the name of none other than Patrick Bronsgeist. By the time they changed the registry information to the domain providers, it was too late. Kiwi Farms had already gotten to them. Scouring the internet for any information they could find about them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda, among other things. Another account linked to Patrick was recorded attempting to provoke Phil during Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether whether this was a botched attempt to extort Phil, or just a way to kick him when he was already down for entertainment is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, would personally email Phil seeking to clear the air around the situation. I love drama. I also really hate being lied to. The escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first "This is how you don't play." The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed, and no one believed, you had raped someone. That threw her entire story off balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional catfishers.
Wait, so
A Dutch
did he
couple
get
using random girls'
catfished?
pics to get money and Amazon wishlist items. They were genuine fans of yours in 2014, but turned detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you. Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend, Kat. Compared to Leanna, who was outgoing and often outspoken to the point of being jarring for Phil's following, Kat was more shy, refusing to participate in Phil's playthroughs and seemingly being
She's
averse to
scary
having a
looking.
photo shared. She appeared so uncomfortable in front of a camera that it quickly became a gag that Phil had kidnapped her as a hostage.
She does look
Regardless of what was
really,
being said
really
by the detractors,
uncomfortable.
This was a good sign for the relationship, since Kat wanted nothing to do with Phil's online presence and what it came packaged with. In 2018, Phil
She's
tried
like-
to replicate the virality of his original DSP Tries It Axe Body Detailer video, but it was quickly overshadowed by another controversy he involved himself in. At the time, prominent streamers and influencers received copies of the newly released State of Decay 2, common practice for companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he was simply too irrelevant to be viable as a recipient of a free
too
copy, Phil
irrelevant?
took to Twitter to rant. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They are walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing so
Not
solely for a
true
paycheck.
gamers.
I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday, just like so many of you, and my reactions will be legit, as always. Within a day, Phil retracted
Holy
the statement
shit.
once he realized he himself had received free copies of games such as Fallout 4 and Dark Souls 3.
He's like,
and that would
wait,
obviously
I
make him look
forgot
like a
that I
hypocrite,
get
so he
games
retracted
for
the statement,
free.
presumably
Wait, I
because
forgot.
he himself had received free copies.
That's
Not only
crazy.
did
He said,
acknowledge
I
the hypocrisy,
forgot I
he
get
also
free
suggested
copies
using
of
Twitter
games.
for business
Oops.
purposes exclusively to prevent similar situations in the future. Despite his promising relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience about his struggles with depression, pointing to the times when he acted extremely stupid and self-destructive as times that he had underlying issues. Years later,
like,
it seems
no,
he
wait,
was
it
at
wasn't
least
my
partially
fault, it
admitting
wasn't
that
my
Total
fault,
Biscuit
bros,
was
it
right in
wasn't my
assessing him as
fault.
someone, quote-unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and now every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for Curse, since for every stream Phil did, there were dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports
Kinda
that
based,
someone
actually.
at Curse had to be burdened with.
The
Because
thing-
of
oh
this,
shit,
along
is
with
it,
Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, and
308?
Phil was once again a free agent.
I'm gonna look it up.
This was particularly impactful on his finances, since the month prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed.
308, I was right.
And his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll who spent a hefty
Hydrate?
sum
Okay.
on donations to him, planning to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback
My
didn't work
roof.
and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the MCN's AdSense linked to his main account, Phil had to appeal his original ban on DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading his new content into his long dormant KO Gaming account, but that wasn't much of a fix considering the channel was dead from the lack of uploads and engagement. Phil truly was between a rock and a hard place here. On Twitch, he aired out his frustrations in regards to his dwindling income and a lack of financial support from his YouTube viewers, saying, "I'm gonna make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this time. If people watch on YouTube, that's no excuse anymore. You guys
There's
on
no
stream,
excuse,
I
you
cannot
have
really
to give
ask
me
for more.
money.
You guys give
Simple,
me so much already.
simple
But those
as.
YouTube viewers at this point are just taking for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons? In the video, he announces that
That's
from
crazy,
now
the fact
on
that he's
KO
got,
Gaming, he will be
first of
heeding
all,
to people's
in the
requests
first place,
and
he's got
uploading
over
long-form
100
content, almost
patrons,
as
and
an
he's like,
archive to
why
his
aren't you
streams,
why
instead of
aren't you
hundreds
guys
of 10-minute or shorter
subbing to
clips
my
that he used to
Patreon?
do. Though this is a concession,
He's
it's
already
done
got
very
over
begrudgingly,
100.
and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been significant had he done this 5 years prior, but now it's just too little too late. I
Guys,
should
why
make
aren't
a
you
note
paying
here
my
that
mortgage
he's more than
for-
willing
my
to press his
mortgage
YouTube
for
viewers
me?
for wanting to watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his
Morbid.
monetary burdens and placing them squarely on his viewers, like they're the ones in debt to him. Luckily for Phil, DSP
That's right.
Gaming did
Ugh.
eventually regain monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on the stream for a couple of games, Kat abruptly left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the excess of trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in particular got the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Why does everyone want me to
Tevin?
give Tevin a birthday shout out? You guys are
Tevin?
fucking lame trolls.
Tevin?
What? Who cares?
Who cares? I care. Like that mercy hand
to my
gif?
#1 fucking thief who deserves jail time for the amount of fucking stuff that he steals illegally, except that YouTube won't do anything about it, and he knows that I can't afford to stop him. Happy birthday, shithead.
Tevin's claim to fame, besides beating
Tevin.
Phil in Street Fighter on one occasion, is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP, deliberately calling him Dave instead of Phil to get a rise out of him. Although it didn't catch on as much as Wings' Richard Samuel routine, it was an admirable effort. Besides being responsible for restreaming many of Phil's streams, Tevin had been around for quite some time, knowing of DSP since before 2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of him. Quite the Batman dynamic he has going on. Due to all the
Unironically, that's
DSP
actually so
content
insane.
Tevin had uploaded, Phil began frequently
He used to
accusing Tevin
have
of stealing
actual
his content
fans, and they
comparing him
like
to a
turned
bank
against
robber,
him like
among other
some.
things. For a brief
That's
period,
some
he was the
comic
primary
tier
recipient
shit.
of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase "It's Tevin's fault" became one of the rallying cries for the detractors, especially during that period. But no matter how much Phil accused others,
He actually
ultimately, he
created
was
all
his
of these
own worst
antis.
enemy.
It's insane.
Despite being a very meek person in real life, according to everyone who's actually encountered him, online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction with low-tier God, as the two were often compared
He
to
had
each
drama
other due
with
to both
fucking
being
low
very
tier
toxic
God. Are you
Street
fucking
Fighter
kidding
players.
me?
As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in-game once.
Starts off the match with a scrub cycle pressure, praying that it fucking works.
And Darkseid Phil gets fucking
Phil was
mugged.
unable to stop himself from entering was when Alpha Omega Sin used him as an example of people who
That's
rage
right,
quit
ketamine
matches. To which Phil
frauding. It's
replied by qualifying that when he
#awesome.
purposefully
That's
throws
right.
a match. It's not
Oh,
rage
buddy,
quitting
that's right.
because he doesn't actually quit. A highlight of Phil's response is when his audience outright tells him that to make a response and address it is just going to create more negativity and he should let it go.
He's
To
like,
which he
I don't
responds that
care.
He's been the bigger man for a very long time.
Thank you for
Meaning
the
it's
follow.
okay for him to
Ketamine
engage
frauding
with someone
or-
saying something bad about him just this once. I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator. He's unwilling to not
Yeah, rage
engage
because
in
you take your L
negativity,
like a
which
man,
makes
I
for a very
guess.
appreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking
Alpha
about the passing
Omega
of Twitch streamer
Sin?
Etika.
I don't
While
know
he
who
does
that
express
is.
sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to
Wait,
claim
did
he was
he- did
making
he say
the
he was talking about
mistake of when
Etika?
talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While
Yo,
he does
I'm gonna, dude, bro, I'm gonna stab this guy
express
in
sympathy
game.
for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to claim he was making what happened about himself. The video also
That's
attracted some
insane.
negative
That's so
attention
insane,
due
dude.
to it
I used to
briefly
watch
being
so much
monetized
Etika.
after being uploaded, with the first line in the description being a Streamlabs link to give Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one's not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar
crazy,
instance, about
bro.
a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Rumors
just a
for life,
bad
that's
day.
right, bro.
Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My saves get corrupted and deleted from friggin' nights. What else could happen?
Bro. He said dying in a helicopter crash is not as bad as my game saves corrupting. I can't tell if he's like trying to make a joke out of it or he's like actually just like that big of a man-child, bro.
That's it.
DSP had a history of conflating other people's circumstances with irrelevant or petty things. For example, when Toby Turner was facing some very serious allegations in
my
April
God.
2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was, his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011.
He's like,
When the
I don't
topic
like
at hand was
Tobuscus
Toby
because he
potentially
got more
being a
YouTube
sex
views than
offender.
me.
Another
He's
example
just
of
a
Phil's
bitch.
pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared made an
Okay, but
innocuous
Pro Jared actually like didn't he like cheat on his wife? Wasn't he like a pedophile that cheated on his wife? Didn't that what it was debunked?
tweet saying, "I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up
I
reading
feel like
DSP
there was
hilarity.
some shit
Haha,
that went down
whoops."
with
A whole
Jared.
3
Cue up
years
the next
later, when Jared was faced with
documentary.
accusations that he cheated on his wife and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil
Oh
actually
shit!
remembered this
yeah, okay. See, there it was.
microscopic
There it
thing
was.
and
I
spoofed
shouldn't
it,
have paused the
saying,
video.
"Took a
He
day
just
off from
won
the
and
entire
said it right
internet,
then.
put hashtag Pro Jared
Also,
hilarity
Mint
at the
for thank you
top
for the
of
follow. I
everyone's
really
Twitter
appreciate
feed.
it. I have
Haha,
fun hanging out
whoops.
with
In an
us.
unrelated video, he outright brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and
Oh,
got
he did
positive
disprove them.
reactions from a
Okay,
few
well,
other prominent
that's good,
content
I guess.
creators, and Phil had a mind to capitalize on the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this? Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course not. Okay?
Of course
Instead,
not.
Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1000th time in an almost 2-hour long video.
You know, you kind of have to respect the commitment though that he has got.
Video is that he had less haters now than he used to in proportion to how many genuine viewers he has. Phil was right, but he had no idea why this was and presumably chalked it up to trolls
he's so greasy looking.
Moving on to something else. Unbeknownst to him and many of the casual followers of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin, Chris Chan had Liquid Chris, and Darkside Phil had the Sons of Kojima. Sons of Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting to, and meeting on DSP.
DSP's
Their
Liquid
name
Chris?
being an intentionally purposeful nod to Phil's complaints about
it was one of those open relationship things. I feel like it always crashes and burns, like with Destiny.
The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll
viewed eyes only. Oh, who the fuck are you?
And added their own commentary and spins on the content.
Who are you? Did you say something in the Discord? Who are you? Who did they get?
This is how you don't play.
Who did they get?
Evil AJ 2010 was a member.
Oh shit, you can't see the video. Who did they get?
Became the largest group of detractors online with one man in its helm.
Who did they get?
Fred Fox.
Wait, who's this? Fred
Fox?
Fred Fox.
Fred
Meat Scepter! Dude, Meat, what the fuck did you do, bro?
His real identity a close kept secret.
Meat, bro, your account has been in good standing. If you appeal it, I'm sure they'll give you your account
even
back.
The general DSP trolling
Legally distinct chatter.
Many former members cited the group as an enjoyable pastime that was gradually ruined by Fred, who took it significantly more
just
serious
appeal it, bro.
than
You will
everybody
get your
else.
account
His
back.
number one rule was that no one, under any circumstance, could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions. Anyone who attempted to monetize their DSP
That's not who this is.
trolling
Well, then
would
who the
get a
fuck is
campaign
it?
of intimidation and sabotage.
God, you told me it was me.
The most notorious example
Telling me
being with
they're
the
getting
then
them left and
up-and-coming
right.
YouTuber Ardnas. Ardnas was a rising star in the niche DSP detractor scene, uploading daily summaries of Phil shenanigans. The one mistake she made was making money off of her work, something Fred and the SOK were quick to confront her with on Twitter when their content was
Thanks
used.
for hanging out
The
with us. I
content
really
in question
appreciate
was
it.
screenshots taken by Fred and images of DSP's content with an SOK watermark plastered
I
on
miss
it.
when
Ardnas
this
claimed that her
lady
videos had ads
used to have
placed on them by
peaceful
YouTube's
streams,
copyright
reading
system
chat
against her
messages,
will
answering
since they were
questions
DSP re-uploads.
while streaming yourself
The
taking a
incident
huge
split
shit.
the
That's what
detractor
DSP
community,
did?
as people were either subscribed
Did
to Fred's
DSP actually
ethos
take a
or
shit on
casuals who
stream?
thought it was stupid to treat it
Wait,
with
Chad,
much
did
more
DSP actually
importance.
do
And
that?
I would probably agree with the casuals. Ultimately, Ardnas got her account copyright struck into oblivion after her intro song, which was in multiple
Or like
videos,
this
was
chick.
claimed in all of them. Ardnas and another former SOK member had a few exchanges about how Fred was worse than DSP.
Or like this
The
person.
particulars around who was responsible for the claims are very murky, but what matters was that this marked a tide change against Fred. For the roughly 3 years that the Sons of Kojima was around, it was involved in more internal drama
One
than
guy,
DSP
dude,
himself.
I would
In
believe it.
2015,
DSP seems
Phil's main
weird,
gaming
bro.
channel, DSP Gaming, had been plagued by various copyright strikes over the use of fan art and pre-streams. Leaks from a former Sons of Kojima member, Kaz, revealed that it was an associate of the SOC, Be Awesome One, who had not only created the fan art for Phil, but revoked permission for its use in his pre-streams, with the Sons of Kojima giving him the authorization. The Sons of Kojima had gone from idly compiling and reviewing Phil's content for fame and ridicule to actively seeking to destroy his career. One
Kinda
user, the
based.
King of Divas, saw Fred leading the group as the direct cause of everyone in it becoming distrustful of each other, but he was pushed out of the community and punished for his betrayal after the fact with a feature-length expose.
betrayal
His
of
private
the-
messages, recorded calls, and personal
That's insane. The
information leaked,
betrayal
all for his
of
non-adherence to
the
cult of Fred.
anti-content
Another
creator
user,
troll
Joker,
group.
made probably the best assessment of what the group was becoming in a twit longer. Let's be real here. Phil is not Hitler. He's an overweight, careerless 35-year-old man who spends his days walking from one end of his house to another while complaining about how hard his life is. I've seen way too many people act as if they're on some kind of mission to defeat DSP.
Yeah,
Why?
he didn't.
What's the end goal
I mean,
here?
besides
Get him
like
off YouTube?
having
Get
a
his
teenage
Patreon shut
girlfriend
down?
in his
Why is this something
30s
that people
and
would want? What
being an
exactly has
asshole
Phil
and
done
being
to you
racist,
personally
I
that would
mean, I
justify that
guess.
in your eyes? He blocked you. He banned
It
you from
seems
a
kind of
shitty-ass
Reddit,
forum.
yeah.
He called you names on the internet. Take a second look and think about how
Son of
little that
Kojima
matters in the
seems
grand scheme
like kind
things.
of
If he wants
Reddit.
to run the forums
Like
into
late-
his own
late
little
era
safe
seems
space bubble
kind
with
of
extreme
fucking
hostility to
Reddit.
newcomers or folks that don't kiss his ass, well, he has the right to do that since he's footing the bill for its costs. He has no career future, no friends, no stable income. He spends whatever free time he has going to hotels in his own area instead of actually seeing the world and gaining new experiences. His health and lifestyle is nothing short of abhorrent.
Yeah,
We'll find out
fixating
soon
on
enough
something?
how
No
badly he screwed his life up. There's no need to
way!
try and hasten that process, and neither should you feel happiness about it happening. This isn't
Oh,
good.
Reddit.
It's sad. It's sad that a grown man is wasting his own life by acting like a petulant child, crying about how everyone else is wrong and he's right, while banning or blocking anyone who challenges him in any sort of way. If you want to laugh at how shitty his life is or what an asshole he's been, go ahead. But don't pretend
do
you're
kind
on
of
some
like
internet
the
crusade against
man-child
him. Is
behavior.
going on about Phil really getting anyone anywhere? Is bitching about him for 75% of a podcast really helping anyone? Phil isn't changing from anything being said.
What the hell
on
is
him,
this? This
and
is
neither
Sons of
are his
Kojima
airheaded fans gonna stop pledging
yelling
their
at
money
each
to
other. bother.
him. What's there to even talk about at this
Sound
point?
like jealousy
Phil says
seething,
something
I
stupid about
guess.
something he doesn't know anything about. Phil gets
It's like
criticized and
his
responds by
aunties
blocking
stopped
and then
being
writing another
aunties,
wall of
and now they don't
text.
want to be
Phil whines
aunties
about a video
anymore,
game not letting him win
basically.
easily. At what point does it become obvious that it's just the same old boring crap from him? Fred did address this twit longer in the 96th episode of the SOK podcast, but removed it due to the backlash it received. Fred at this point
They
wasn't
had
just
96
after DSP,
episodes of
but
their
openly talked about his
podcast.
plans to dox DSP defenders, which more and more just meant anyone who wasn't as dedicated as he was to wrecking Phil's life. An audio leaked of him mocking his own friends from SOK, and it was becoming extremely clear their operations were nothing beyond a platform for Fred to deify himself and his
What is
unhealthy
this,
obsession
bro?
with DSP. Some people claim he
To
spent
the
over
Brown
19
Bear, thank you for
hours
the
a day
follow. I
in
really
calls,
appreciate it. I
attempting
have
to
fun
manage the increasingly
hanging out
murky
with
Sons
us.
of Kojima. The details of this are extensive and documented, but get to the point of redundancy and how
It's
ultimately
bizarre, yeah.
irrelevant
It
they are.
is. It is
Basically,
bizarre, like
everybody
to
was
say the
under Fred's
least.
suspicion of being out to destroy SOK. This is what happens
The
when you don't have
podcast have more
better things in
Patreon
your life to
subs
worry about.
than
When the
DSP.
previously mentioned
Dude,
Almighty Tevin had to pull
I
out for
doubt it because
participating in the
DSP would have
podcast,
thrown a
Fred became
huge
paranoid
fucking
about
fit
him
if
to
they
the point that he
did.
decided to release Tevin's docs. In an unexpected cameo, Mr. Medicare tried to intervene in the situation and
Wait,
give
what?
Fred some advice on how to avoid the implosion of his group and reputation. Medicare accurately concluded the group had become A-loggers, a term which originated with Chris Chan to describe haters who become so obsessive they end up significantly worse than the people they dislike. Beginning in
Yeah.
late July of 2017, a series of leaks
That's what I
regarding the
meant to
Sons of
say.
Kojima, and specifically his leader, Fred F***s, began to circulate on forums. Fred continued his relentless campaign of enemy making in his own community, this time by persecuting a detractor called TXT for having a monetized Twitch emoji of DSP's face. He provided someone with
That's
information to use
insane.
against TXT.
See,
who
that's
attempted to
like that's
retaliate by
Reddit.
doing the
That's
same
Turbo
to one of
Reddit.
Fred's underlings before leaving the community. Surprisingly, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back and made people in Kiwi Farms turn against the SOK for good. Fred resented the whole situation
is
and was
soft.
still pushing for an expose to be made on TXT. But at this point, people within Sons of Kojima were turning against him. Soon, a massive prolonged leak began with the intent of exposing Fred, including recordings of him intimidating, blackmailing, and pitting members of SOK against one another.
And it's
In a
like they're
very strange
talking
turn of
about
events, it turned out that in
exposing
one of his
whatever, like
random endeavors to
exposing.
terrorize anyone
Oh,
Fred
so
suspected
evil,
was
so
a
evil. But
DSP
this is
fan, he
these
used
are
a
just like
voice
random
changer to
internet
stalk
trolls,
and have
man.
cyber sex with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every time a lolcow hater manipulated an autistic person into cyber relations via a fake voice, I'd have $2, which isn't that much, but it is kind of odd that
Who
it
was the other
happens
person
twice. Unsung Hero
that
Bot
it happened
decided to
to?
leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of
Goku?
Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a
Thank you for
former
the
member of
follow,
the
Goku. I really
SOK
appreciate it.
renegade
Hope you have fun
operative
hanging out with
posted a
us.
video called Responding to the Sons
Christian?
of Kojima
It
and
was Christian?
Conspiracies,
Oh,
revealing that
God,
not only
of
had
course
Fred
it was
tried to dox
Christian.
TXT and Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend after she decided to join
I
him
thought-
on a competing
I thought
podcast.
for
A day
Christian.
later, Fred's closest acquaintance from the Sons of Kojima also came out with his story.
For
and given their
Christian, it
proximity,
was
this is
like,
one of the most damning accounts. Che abandoned the Sons of Kojima due to the group's toxic
They used
atmosphere,
real
but in his
girls to
absence,
fool
he had
him.
largely taken up caring for his then girlfriend and fellow member of the SOK, Alice. Alice suffered from leukemia, and in 2016, she sadly passed away due to her illness. This is relevant because Fred thought her death was faked, and in scouring through a ton of obituary sites, he only succeeded in doxing Alice along with her parents. This obviously made Che very upset, and in the last episode of the
What?
SOK podcast, which was hosted by a member Fred was jealous of, no less, Che chimed in to air out years of abusive behavior from Fred. Null of the Farms would confirm a massive amount of attention being brought to the
Oh,
thread. As
oh, I
users
thought
flocked
Julia
to
was
see
a
the
real
collapse of the
girl.
SOK, as the thread about it hit 23 pages in just
It was
3
the guy
days.
with the voice
But in
filter?
the most cathartic moment
Or
of
am
this
I
entire
remembering it
ordeal,
right?
the man himself,
Hey,
Darkseid
it's so
Fong,
cool.
twit longer.
Oh, my
saying
stream is
following.
still up on
Tons
my
of people
computer,
are now
man.
messaging me to say that Sons of Kojima is being exposed for doing horrible things to me that they denied
Dude,
for
it's
years,
still up
and
on
the
my
like
computer.
via a
It's
series of
Twitch.
leaks. It
It's
was
Twitch,
obvious the
bro.
vast
It's
majority of
just
the shit was
Twitch.
always them, as they are the only group who delve that
I
deep into
swear,
their
I
personal
swear, bro.
stuff.
You just
I would
gotta
not be
refresh the
surprised
page.
if they
It's
performed the vast majority of
my
negative things
mine
against
was
me,
green the
including
whole time.
doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank calls, pizza deliveries, signing up my emails to hundreds of spam mail sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and magazines I don't want, sending me feces in the mail.
Guy in real life,
all that
alright,
happened,
based,
and even
okay.
swatting me. And remember,
Yeah,
the
Twitch is just
Anna's
terrible
father
as
also got
usual.
swatted.
Unfortunate.
We knew nobody was safe. When
Okay.
it came time to start making
Only your stream
preparations
did.
to attend
I swear to
Leanna's
Christ,
brother's
I'm looking
wedding
at
in
it. I've got
2015,
no
we
drop
came to the
frames. My
conclusion
bitrate is
that
green.
ultimately,
I
if
keep
we
it
attended,
at
there
like
would be a
3K.
strongly
Also,
increased
that
I
chance
hate
that someone
Mia
would
so
try to
much she
with us and
doesn't
ruin the
even
event.
Lego
That would have been
anymore.
incredibly messed up. Having someone else's once
Thank
in
you
a
for the
lifetime
Prime of
event
the
get
5
ruined
months.
by
I
a
really
swatting,
appreciate
we
it, dude.
ultimately
Also,
agreed to
Goku,
stay
thank
home
you for
and
the
not attend
raid. I
event.
really
What did
appreciate
Sons
it.
of Kojima
I
do?
hope you had
Well,
a
first they
fun
decided to
stream.
find out the address and date of the
Hope you
wedding.
had a fun
They,
stream.
on
Hope you had
their
fun
own,
hanging out
ended
with
up
us.
by
We're learning
mentioning
about
to it for
DSP.
months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info
We're learning
all over
about
the internet.
lol
They
cows,
then decided to spin
DSP.
it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to
Dude, and
celebrities,
see, these people
they
always,
get
they say so
restraining
much
orders.
shit.
This
It's
is a
like, it's
textbook
way too
case
much
of a
to
bunch
fucking
of sick-headed,
follow.
mentally ill.
D-
Yes, if you try to ruin
DSP?
someone's life you don't know. You
Yeah, that's
are
what
mentally ill.
everybody's like, oh,
Individuals
you
trying to
don't know
destroy someone they've
DSP,
never
you don't
met
know,
and have zero
you don't know
personal
Phil, you don't know
relationship with.
DSP.
It's
Like,
disgusting.
no, I
and
don't know
disturbing.
him, so we're
For
gonna
those who
learn
are
about him
finally
today.
seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several
What are y'all
years,
doing
all
this
the
live?
they
We're
did to
learning
me
about
since I moved to
DSP.
Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy
The
me
live
for
masturbator
literally
of
nothing.
Twitch, yeah.
No logical
DSP.
reason. That's wrong on so many levels.
This isn't
My life is
DSP though,
already
this is like
destroyed in a
his
lot of
trolls
ways, and
that
I'll
are like
probably never recover from the
even
financial
worse than
situation
him.
I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it? So please don't keep contacting me with juicy
like
new
so
info,
much
'cause
shit,
I don't care.
man.
Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one.
What
And
is
let's keep
this?
stuff positive
What
moving
is-
forward. Everything else is just white noise that we can block out.
come
While
on.
Phil is correct about
Oh.
many of the things said here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility
What
away
the
from his
heck?
twit longer. During the
They had like a
previously
whole
mentioned
YouTube
final
channel just to like
episode of
shit
the
on
SOK
him.
podcast, Null
Free speed
asked
to
the
2x?
present members if anyone had any knowledge of these swatting attempts, and they said it
Maybe
wasn't
not
their doing.
2x,
While
he
Phil
doesn't
seemed to
talk, like,
accurately assess his
too
haters turned
slow.
stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily
like-
right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which
I don't
weren't
know.
half as deranged and deserving of
1.5.
that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past
Faisal
were
Wolf,
disgusting,
thank you for the
embarrassing,
follow. I
and
really appreciate it.
inexcusable.
I've been
I'm not
fun
going
hanging
to
out
make
with us.
excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went on in that group at the time. When I
This
look at
is,
the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just
insane
because
luck
they're public
despite
now,
his
but because I
rep.
acted that way. It's
Oh.
stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on.
We didn't do
One positive thing I
1.25.
can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I wanna
Alright, it
thank you
doesn't
for your
even
support
feel
and
any
friendship.
different. The
I have
only
no
good
hard
trolls are
feelings,
the
I can
ones
only
that
blame
don't
myself.
make it their whole
Whenever
life.
things like this happen,
Exactly,
I try
yeah.
to
That's
learn
why
from
these
them. This is
people,
no
I
different.
guess,
Let's see
get
what
too
happens
like
for now. I'm
obsessive
gonna focus on
about
my
it.
friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was at best indifferent. At worst, people, including Almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the detractor community, saw it as generic and simply put damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK would
Yeah,
gladly have
SOK,
Fred be the
I don't
scapegoat
know.
for their misdeeds.
I just think
However,
it's kind
others
of
saw
cringe.
value
Like,
in
these
what
are
the
just
Sons of
internet
Kojima
trolls
did,
that
but thought
took
it should be
it.
limited to the fun commentary part.
But
without
I
any
don't
of
know,
the
they just
officializing and
put too
secret
much
beef
effort
Fred
into
brought
it, so it
with him.
wasn't like
Many people
haha funny
discussed
troll.
whether
It was
Fred should
like,
be
oh,
doxxed, which led others
it's
to
like
suspect
really,
that
it's like
vicious
some
cycle
try
was
hard
at hand.
sweaty
By
stuff.
hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly.
Yeah,
and
exactly
after
what he
years of
just
ridiculing
said.
lol cows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from
Yeah,
his back.
exactly. You
Because
take
of
it
the
too
void
far,
left
then
by the Sons of Kojima's
yeah, no, then
collapse,
you're
it meant that
cringier than
DSP
the
had less
person that
judicious
you're
eyes
trying to
trained on
clown
him at
on.
times, and consequently he knew he could
Stuff
get away
like
with more
that.
stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not
still
only
had
to
his
have
old
taken on more
condo?
credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs
Yeah,
of
yeah,
running his
exactly.
business.
Like
He says he doesn't
Chris
talk
is a
about it because
good,
he
like
doesn't
a
wanna bother
good
people with his
example. This is a
problems, but
bad
is evidently
example,
not
but
really
Liquid
the case
Chris
since
is
he
a
has no
good
problem in
example.
asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding,
I'm
he
surprised
revealed
they,
that
they
ever
didn't
since his
even
move to
bring
Washington,
up
he's
him
been paying for a
spending
ridiculously expensive
freaking
leased
thousands of
BMW.
dollars
He talks
on
about
the
having been
gacha
roped into it by the
games.
dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing. But he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW, which is obviously impossible to be true.
Like,
Just get a Civic,
no,
okay?
no,
But
no,
Phil's
no, I
financial
had to
situation
get a
became exponentially
BMW.
worse
You don't
when
understand.
apparently
I had to
someone,
get a
presumably one of the
BMW.
detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all the back taxes Phil had accumulated,
He
did
evaded his
back-to-back live stream fundraisers
taxes?
on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally, his birthday is in April, right around the same time taxes are doing.
This
in the
is
US. During this time, he held an
1.25.
impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time
This
he
is
did a little over $400.
1.25,
By this
bro.
time, Phil promised to not bring up his taxes anymore due to the amount of ridicule he was getting from both his fans.
He's like,
and
no,
neighbors.
guys, I
Later,
swear
Phil
I
confirmed
won't
he
bring up my
managed to pay
taxes
his
anymore.
for the
I
state of
promise.
Washington,
Just
but only
please
his
keep
federal
giving me
taxes
money.
remaining. Only problem is his federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs to over 1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of, as his standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without
He
causing
spent
any
all the
major
dono money on alcohol,
Later, he announced that
bros.
the grand
It's
total he needed to
over.
raise was actually $17,000.
This bitch just
as
like
to
me
cover the
forever.
expenses
I
for the
just
tax
never
return.
catch
April 2018 rolled
me.
around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in
He
August
said
of 2019, with the caveat that where Phil
his
to get
parents
$1,000,
were
a
gonna
special
teach him
positive announcement was
fiscal
going to be made. Once the
responsibility.
goal was hit, it turned out
He's
he
like
got an
frick.
account.
He's
He
like
alluded to a
40
second
years
goal reward,
old.
which was immediately hit when a user
He's like
donated
40
a
years
whopping
old already,
entire
dude.
$1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious in nature, more so a manifestation of Phil's lack of communication skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting
He's
people
like
to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing
evil.
little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play. Phil thanked him very much for his generosity and eventually said he would buy it and play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this
See, that's a different kind of broke. He's like, no, I'm too broke. You have to donate me eShop credits so I can play more video games.
That since his PayPal was connected directly
That's
to his
not even
extremely
like
overdrafted
that's
bank
not even
account,
like
the money got
I'm
swallowed up
broke.
by
I
Phil's
can't
debt before
afford
he could
food.
do
I
anything
need
with
money
it.
to buy
Confusion
food.
was
It's like,
only
no,
getting
I'm
worse
so
when Phil
broke.
added
I can
Untitled
buy
Goose
video
Game to his
games.
stream
You need to
schedule for the month
donate
of
eShop
October. Following the end of
credits.
his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of
Literally, you
October,
need to
later
give
that
me
same night, a post was
V-Bucks.
made on Phil's forums titled DSP pocketed my $20 for a game. It read, I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just gonna go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyways because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again. Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to entitled moron tries to fraudulently report DSP for something that didn't happen. The thread. Edited title. He also posted
He's
it himself,
acting like
saying,
an
"You made
elementary
ass of yourself.
schooler.
You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams, and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice. So you were requesting your money back.
Artists,
I
thank you for the
immediately
follow. I
returned the
really
funds that
appreciate
raised
it.
in
I've
tips
had
on
fun
today's
hanging out
Borderlands
with
3
us.
stream, because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking
And he's
to
got
me
like a
man,
house
you apparently
and a
are trying to
condo.
report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules. or
When he
anything.
gets
3, you
mad,
just exposed
the
yourself
way
as a
he
complete
types when he's
asshole.
mad
The best
kind
part is,
of
I didn't go
kind
off
of
when
sounds
anyone
like
asked about
Christian,
Untitled Goose Game.
honestly.
I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein/Astral Chain after I repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games right now. The subject literally never came, but you're a gullible idiot who apparently believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then. And you
He's
can say
like, well,
goodbye,
actually,
because I
you
certainly
hate
don't
me.
need entitled toxic
You
people
hate
trying to
me.
ruin my life and my business over $20 because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he
He's
played
like, well,
Minecraft,
actually,
Phil
you
spent
hate
over
me.
30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly
Oh,
made.
he
If
got
that doesn't
trolled
sound
like
fake, I don't know
fucking
what does.
crazy.
I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at least. If I thought Phil was as tits as the post I apparently made, why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2 years? I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life is surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out yourself.
That's
that the things
crazy.
I
So
said
he
felt
had
over
like
the
one
years
of his
doesn't add up to the
OG
stuff I
fans,
apparently
like a
did, so I said in the past 6
2-year
hours, over
recurring
$20.
sub,
The
and he
real
was like,
DJ really
actually,
passed the
fuck
Prince on
you,
his
you
tweet
don't
that
like
through
me,
was
you
actually
hate
him.
me.
Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Bruno he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While his narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely to not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account to pay his debt. Now, what
Gotcha
could they possibly
time.
mean
It's
by
gotcha
this?
time,
As early as
bros.
late 2014, Phil made posts on his forum about his addiction to mobile games, such as, I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given, that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how much money that account had spent in the game over the years. And the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers who don't know how much like things cost, 40 grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money,
Holy
but this time
business
pity was something very difficult to
expense.
have. Phil was
Yeah,
having
it's a
some
business
serious
expense.
financial
Don't
and
worry
professional
about
trouble
it.
since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper, show me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you.
On top of a few other wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
You're filing for bankruptcy, but the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy
They
is because
give these people a fucking script and they read it.
$1,000 into a game called WWE Champions. You stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE Champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing, Phil misconstrued a question about his purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE Champions. Soon, a detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses.
That is so insane. One of his fucking YouTube trolls got into his bankruptcy hearing.
As his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
Do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually, he'll simply be too old to work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil was entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people affectionately dubbed whales.
I look like Soy Jack. They probably have made a Soy Jack out of him, honestly.
One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSPs, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil's streams altogether.
That's actually based.
Lasted for a good few months. Eventually, it did get to the point where the mods decided Tut had to go. Once he was banned, he became furious and demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made. This attempt at getting a refund was neglected by Phil, and Tut proceeded to file a fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back.
Oh, but he doesn't get it back, does he?
That this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along, and he was a secret detractor, so much so that he supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans floundered, but there's no way to know who's telling the truth in this situation. But while Tut's case is a clearer-cut situation, there's another case where Phil took out some of his anger at one of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it.
At his mod?
Another one of DSP's whale followers, gave a tip to Phil on how to beat one of the bosses in the Resident Evil 2 remakes, only for Phil to misconstrue it, blame him, and lash out. As a result of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon after, Swaggins found himself extremely annoyed when Phil relapsed back to his old ways of complaining about a game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said, "I'm at a time in my life where I don't have time to deal with it. Swaggins is just mad that he told me to do something wrong.
I don't have time to deal with it. I need to play my video games poorly. They don't understand."
He's so hurt by that. So he was a fair weather friend who wanted to mod when I agree with him, but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap. Swaggins also had a response in order. "Stupid kitty stuff. As you say all the time, the world isn't black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much, spent so much time trying to help moderation, only to be shown disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses. The I did nothing wrong."
I'm surprised he actually has mod. Holy shit, wait, that mod would have had to donate so much money to him.
You dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it. Sekiro is an example of that. My time is valued elsewhere. Twitch should be a place to escape problems, not listen to someone else's. The amount of money
wait, that's so many bits.
Will not help with long-term growth. Many have contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day. Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him.
Uh-oh.
Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet.
Punished Phil.
So perplexing and
dude, unironically, that's gonna freaking happen.
DSP renaissance, all thanks to a vest. While reacting to an old DSP video from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he conceded. Upon a cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on. For a moment, fans and detractors alike united to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals, and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch. He started monetizing the vest.
Isn't that like against the rules for Twitch?
Amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100 consecutively in a brief period dubbed the vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29 days. Unfortunately, disaster struck, and Phil came down with an ear infection that made him unable to stream. To notify his fans, he said, "All bad news. I've come down with a bad ear infection causing excruciating pain. I can't stream when it feels like I have a knife in my ear. I'll update everyone later today on how I'm doing. Sorry. I've had it for days but didn't say a word about it."
Twitch rules are more like a guideline. I get. Well, obviously we've seen the last 2 days, I guess.
Came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story.
Can we get a vest streak? No, I don't own a vest, bro. I'm sorry.
Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless, despite the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick. Eventually,
you're gonna have to watch DSP if you want to see a vest.
This meant DSP earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak.
That's a lot of money. Holy shit!
Bravely marched forward onto the 100-day mark, which Phil referred to as the Vestival. He also revealed that if another goal was hit, he would put on yet another hideous vest, this one a shiny silver, which he dubbed Platinum DSP. The streak raged on for another 50 days before finally DSP mentions that it was starting to become a lot harder to
all of I went to
Phil kid put on
WWE,
the first
gotcha.
DSP vest. This was a few weeks after Phil was hit by
No
PayPal with
shot,
$800
bro.
worth of chargebacks. So as you can imagine, he got a little desperate. At this point, Phil's scheme was becoming irkingly transparent. There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil coming close to guilt-tripping his audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely positive, the vest was being absorbed into the general dark cloud of DSP's
Like,
debt-mongering
no
and
way,
e-begging. More time goes by, and as DSP was approaching the 200 mark, an anonymous user would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him
Holy
on YouTube.
shit.
Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that only now, with the vest's aid, was he able to start sleeping soundly at night without worrying about his unpaid bills. From his point of view, everything was on
the
turnaround.
bills again,
By day
bro.
250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil.
He's like,
This time
I
wearing
need
a
all this
valet
money for my
uniform.
bills,
For some
bros, I
reason,
swear.
it was only
But
after
actually, I think I might buy a
276 days that the streak
PS5.
came to an end as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30 grand by playing video games with a vest on for 9 months. He becomes extremely upset at his audience for not keeping the streak alive, but ultimately he accepts
Why aren't you
that it's
guys
over.
Because there was
donating?
a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why.
Where are the subs and
people think that
cheers?
this is it. This is literally the end of the stream. I told you guys I couldn't go late tonight, so this vest streak is about to end. Unless we get a tip right now,
Dicks!
at the very end of the stream, and there's no time for a vest, the stream is over.
Why?
So unless we get something right now, this is it.
However,
You
what
for
wasn't
the-
over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder, what
The
did he do with that nearly
e-begging!
30 grand he made off of the vest streak?
What happened to the vest streak money? It went to pay for stuff, genius.
To pay for my PS5.
Taxes. Like, it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here.
The chat
What do you
tax,
think
that's
it
right,
did?
bro.
Oh my god, people are so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot from
The
bills and
vest
back
tax,
taxes to
yeah.
a tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed for much of his following that he didn't change even a bit in regards to how he handled his money. Phil's online inner circle would be rocked when a mod named Anonymous leaked the logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021.
His inner
Anonymous, who had
circle?
worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark side, removing himself as a moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Pew Dubs before he did so as a parting shot.
Phil doxed PW Dubs? No, I didn't. I've never doxed anyone.
As you heard, Phil claimed he had never doxed anyone. However,
He was playing
documented history tells quite a
Danganronpa,
different
bro.
story.
What the?
Oh, by the
Oh,
way,
God.
I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations. You fucked up.
Anonymous's leaks didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly because it was already destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating stuff in there that the detractors didn't already know about. Anonymous eventually revealed
Yeah,
the reason
honestly,
he turned
based
on Phil,
mod.
saying, "The greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017, I was a mod for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to mocking me for something that happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P-word. I timed them out for the rest of the stream. Phil was
P-word.
bombarded with emails complaining about me being a bad mod. He panicked, threw
Oh,
me under the
good
bus, talked
night
poorly about me
for
behind my
me,
back
guys.
to the
Oh
troll,
my
and removed me hastily. I emailed him and let him know what happened.
Thank you
His
for hanging
response
out
was
with
that
us,
he
I
believed
really
me fully,
appreciate
but I was
it.
still absolutely in the wrong. He reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused and that I have to keep that to myself. He refused to restore my mod status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns out, the mod Discord server was just the tip of the iceberg, as Anonymous released a plethora of information that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost
That's
legally
crazy,
obliged to say,
actually.
no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went directly to the private moderator Discord server and desperately
It's
tried to
not a
establish what
reasonable
had happened while he was
decision,
live streaming.
period,
Because
bro.
of the
What the
trolling today,
fuck?
I ventured onto the forums. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They're saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging all this on the belief that I had a falling out with Anani based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel, lol. So whoever this is apparently impersonating him to get me to think it's him and get rid of him. Soon it dawned on
He
Phil
sounds
that he was
schizophrenic,
being fooled,
bro.
and Mouse was indeed the leaker. He proceeded to confront him in the server. At Anonymous, are you still sitting on detractor streams talking about me? Because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from
Dude,
every
this
possible
is so
direction that you're
schizo. This is
actually
so
trying to
fucking
cause drama for
schizo,
me.
bro.
They're
This is
also
like
saying that
this
both
is like
Anonymous and
unironically
King
so
Goken
schizo.
talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it matters, that leaked a year ago, but somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge?
Dude.
Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense, were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of
That's
the
so
steam off of
creepy
Mouse's
too, especially
expose
the
were
dox thing.
accusations
Hydrated
of
bill.
heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video,
Uh-huh.
I promised to rid myself of these people. When asked why he was following zoo accounts, Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them, the same reason he follows everyone. He added, "Bruh, I'm a furry. We buy and sell exact replicas of animal genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do." Members of the community did not take kindly to the revelations regarding Anonymouse's supposed predilection.
What?
Anonymous is into zoo stuff and like stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff what you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult, and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Forever obeys like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper, wanting to F fur babies, and a zoophile are the people that the trackers look up to. His attempts to apologize for what he describes as tantamount to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by members who believed it totally insufficient for the extent of his actions. People pointed out that first he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when he acted like that was the only time it ever happened. The chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared to try and justify his actions, saying the following: "I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away for the prior month was to reflect and start.
Dude, what
getting
the
help.
fuck,
It's hard to make
bro?
it clear how deeply
These
I
people are
regret my actions
freaky.
without fixating on how it'll be perceived.
Yo,
The word
Nick!
"arm
This
weight
is
will sound
Racy time
disingenuous
to
or make it sound
join.
like I'm
Yeah, thank you for the
downplaying
prime
everything,
and thank you for
turning
the
it into an
11
emotional
months. I really
manipulative pity
appreciate it,
party
bro.
by
Thank you for
oversharing my
stopping
issues,
by.
etc.
This is a
I'm
really
absolutely
fucked up
disgusted with
time to
myself.
join,
It's
dude.
pathetic
I'll
trying
be
to hang on
honest
like
with
this.
you.
I'm sorry for everything I've been called out over. I should have done that first and foremost. This false confidence in my return is blatantly motivated by a desire to save face. I deleted my other
Dude.
accounts that deprived me of access to my terminally online life and forced me to get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back to either chase clout or lolcows for cheap ego boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms.
Blake.
My only other option is changing my password to a randomized string and logging off forever. And so he did, as his account has been inactive since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in
That's
August
so
of 2022
freaky.
and quickly was archived by users seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his
The fuck is
livelihood. Twitch
Pamperchew?
terminated his partnership, and
I don't know
soon
what
his
that
entire
is.
account was set to be closed
I don't know what that
permanently. In an
is.
emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him.
I don't know what that
The
is, bro.
partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time.
I'm not
Honestly,
looking
even
it
though
up
that may
either.
be the case,
I
still feel bad
don't
for
want to
Phil
know.
either. If it was up to me,
I
this
don't.
Twitch
I
would not
know
be
I don't
banned.
want to
The
know,
official
and I'm
reason
not
was that
gonna
Phil
look
had
into
allegedly
it.
said a hateful slur at one point during a stream. While Phil reacted to the partnership termination in a pretty angry way, bringing up U.S. law as if it had any relevance
Wait,
to
he
the
got
situation,
he got his
eventually
Twitch
decided to lift his
partnership
channel suspension
terminated?
and acknowledged that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had a grudge against Twitch and was already in the process of moving his operation over to YouTube. Funnily enough, in May of 2021, despite refuting the allegations of hateful language in his content, Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September,
he dropped
hackers were able to
gamer
socially
words?
engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his that was available, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries.
I am
$26,000
having
on
trouble
taxes,
budgeting.
$33,000 on
Any
mortgage
advice,
payments, and
guys?
last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors and most prominently
$45,000 in
Kevin went all along, and Phil
microtransactions?
aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that
Based.
perhaps the most damning piece of
Spend
information
less on
him
the
ever was now
WWE.
published.
Gotcha.
Now comes the end of
No, I
2021.
can't do
Phil
that.
decides to make some changes to his
No.
content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined his career, appearing on merchandise, his own forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an archive. However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding was that Phil only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical, despite Charlie saying the same things many people had said before, that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging. Phil took the opportunity
I
to
agree
do a
with that
Boogie
statement.
2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after a detractor, Dayglow Hour, posed as a professional video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use before his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later,
That's
however,
kinda
strikes were
based.
cleared and his channel
Evil-
was back to its
evil
original
based.
state. Attempts to mess with Phil's income didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user named MusicMouse7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold statement.
But I hate the
So began the chain of events that ultimately led to Phil's termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company.
No
telling them his tips
fucking
page
shot.
and
I
after
bet
the
that was in
consolidated
his
match, reporting
top
took
10
place regarding the
racist
TFT
DSP
incident. Following
moment
day, Phil opened up a link
compilation.
directly to PayPal for all stream donations, and now he has to manually manage his PayPal account and the donation sent, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy, adding the disclaimer, no refunds to his account. Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil continues to use it to this day. In addition to taking this L, it
The
seems
DSP,
was
dude,
breaking his promise to
DSP,
not
that
play
was
WWE
DSP's
champions
bridge
anymore.
incident.
The quality of the video is a little poor, but if you are familiar with the game, you can make out what is on Phil's phone. This is the Brawl feature within the WWE Champions application game.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new.
He was still playing this fucking WWE game in 2022.
Audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable
What is that
activities.
supposed
The most
to
recent
be?
major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred online personality Adam Krigler and creator of the Screw Attack video game network, Craig Skitzimus, otherwise known by his online pseudonym Stuttering Craig, and they'd be interviewing the one and only Philip Burnell. As he always does, given the opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations of detractors, and like every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very
It's like he
familiar,
keeps
such as
trying.
essentially
He does.
admitting that gave his
He does the
viewers no
same
value
thing
back for
over
the
and over
community.
again, and
However,
it
some were
like it just
novel.
like
During the stream,
doesn't
the
work
topic
for
of
him, and he's
WWE
like, ah,
champions
well, I
came
should
up,
just
and Phil
try it
instantly
again
became a nervous
later.
wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it and effectively pressed him on the topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that the WWE Champions account that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on the game wasn't his. All he had to do was show his account to a neutral third party that could verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so and preferred to stick with his theory that a detractor of his spent that money just to frame him and incriminate him, which further solidified
That's
his guilt.
crazy. He's like, no, I didn't spend that money on the gacha game that I've been playing for like 10 years. That was one of my haters did it and is trying to frame me.
And I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE
He's like,
account? And
no.
just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk.
Dude, I don't know. I can't even imagine spending that much on gacha. And like, I say this as a gacha player. I cannot imagine spending that much
Another
on
topic
gacha.
covered
Like,
during the
holy
podcast was DSP's interactions with Keemstar, the official side character of every lol cow story, apparently. He has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama with him over the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lol cow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take
that's some evil genius shit. He's like, join this podcast of people. We are going to like, it's just gonna be like, people are just gonna fucking make fun of you. But I'll pay you money if you do it.
This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We gotta have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone
The
call.
local podcast is really cringe, dude. I bet it's retard adventures. Yeah, I bet it's fucking cringe, bro.
2 days, the call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again.
The local
So I DM
podcast
him
is the
after
biggest
fact,
grift
I'm like,
ever.
hey,
Yeah, it
so
seems kind of
basically,
fucking
it's
stupid. I'll be honest.
Telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50
dude.
Phil, nobody cares
His
about your
freaking voice is so annoying. The freaking DSP.
But will ask for tips for groceries the next day. It makes no sense. Viewers began to speculate that the real reason was actually that Phil didn't need the money as much as he pretended he did. Eventually, Keem himself joined the podcast and the two went at it for an hour or so, getting very little resolved in the process. The aftermath of the stream resulted in only more derision between Phil and the members of the
Are you, bro?
The day after the
It's like,
interview, the group uploaded a discussion.
Phil is the
called
only
Dark
guy
Side
that
Phil
can
Aftermath,
fight
where we went over how the
Keemstar,
DSP
bro.
episode went.
It's like
Due to them being
retard
honest
to
about what they thought
retard.
of Phil's responses to the more
Is the
pressing
video of
questions, such
Boogie
as the
Bang on his
WWE
knees
Champions
upon-
fiasco, the discussion prosecutors
What?
say they betrayed him and described the podcast negatively. While he addressed the aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted
What?
Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the locale podcast due to his inability to answer important emails in a timely manner. In another instance, Keem said, I have set up interviews with DSP's family and friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Apparently,
No,
unlike
I
him,
never
like,
fucking.
keep in mind,
No, I
DSP
never
totally
fucking heard
unprovoked
of it.
talked
See,
ill about me when I was
it's like
retired.
they
I
they
barely
talk
knew
they
him, and he
essay,
doesn't know
bro.
people chat with him on Sidespeed. So I don't want to hear that he didn't care since he had
Bro,
no
I
contact
don't
with
give
any
a
of his
fuck
family
about what
besides his
Keemstar
parents.
is
So Keem would
gonna
get
say.
biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends, but he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone. You wanna know why? Because so many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry.
It's the trolls. People don't want to be friends with me because of the
and,
trolls, not
you
because
know,
I'm an
then what
asshole.
happens,
It's just
right? And it's
trolls.
like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 77 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023,
They don't want to be
DSP
friends with me
celebrated
because
its
you
15th
guys
anniversary
can't
being a
spare
content creator on
$5.
YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos on the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of sub.
He's got, dude, you guys
It's
see that
hard
he's
to
got
even
a
believe it
freaking,
got to
he's
this
got
point.
more
Unlike other
dislikes.
locals who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking
Also,
accountability
oh,
for.
I
He's
can't
not
even say
extraordinary
goodnight because you gotta go to
whatsoever, and
work.
that's precisely
Have a good day, work,
disliking
Gecko. I
him isn't a
appreciate you
race,
hanging out
it's
with us. I hope
fucking
you have
marathon.
a
His
good
detractors
day.
will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every e-beg, every insult to the audience, it
Every
adds up to the
e-beg.
phenomenon known as pignosis, the inability to fully stop following what Phil is up to. DSP is like McDonald's, where you know you're getting a bland, kind of soggy experience, but every once in a while you just find yourself coming back, okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content
Dude,
creator
but this
and got
is
addicted
so-
to it, and no matter how much negative attention or debt his attachment to his online personality incurs him, he keeps on going. Phil is
Oh,
not
this is
destined to be an
insane.
online personality.
One of the
He doesn't have
funniest
the talent,
DSP
he doesn't
moments
put in
that stands
effort,
out to
he
me
has
is
no
he was playing
skills,
Star
and
Wars
yet every
Battlefront.
single day,
He
he's
spilled
struggling
water on
against
himself
fate
while opening a
itself
new
and
bottle
not giving up.
and
For
said
the
they
best player in the
overfilled
United
the
States.
bottle
Took 3
at
years
the
after it was already the
factory.
norm for him to start doing direct capture and has never hired an editor
That's
in
the
his
craziest
life.
thing
He
to me,
doesn't
bro.
behave
Like, what the
responsibly in the
fuck?
face of negative
They
consequences,
overfilled
or
the
his
water
ability to
bottle at
manage
the
his professional
factory
life
because he
whatsoever.
spilled his
He
water on
defaulted
himself?
over $100,000 worth of debt that he took out on credit
He's
cards
not
so
a
that he
real
could pay his
person, dude.
taxes,
That
even
like
though
a
he knew
real
his taxes
person
were
would
just
not
going to
say
continue to
something
accrue,
like
and
that,
he truly has
bro.
no hope of paying them, but he simply
They
does
are a
not.
messy way of helping your
DSP
self-esteem.
is like Albert Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus.
Yeah,
He doesn't have
it
what
does,
takes to perform his task, but he's going to continue trying
It
regardless.
does.
The struggle
I feel
itself
like it
of
does
being a
boost
content
my
creator
self-esteem
is enough
a
to
little
fill
bit.
his
I
heart
won't
for
lie
the
to you
time being.
guys.
One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
That is so fucking insane to me. That is so fucking insane to me. I feel like I've learned a lot. I feel like I've learned a lot today, more than I really wanted to learn about DSP. I think I wouldn't say I'm a DSP expert, but I know more than I need to about him. Charlie will say that I think I know more than I need to about DSP. I think I would have been better off not knowing any of that, dude. He's such a freaking piece of shit, bro. I knew he was bad, but I didn't know he was like that bad. I knew he was like obviously because people always bring him up. They're always like, oh yeah, I always saw DSP mentioned in passing like on Twitter and like in some Twitch chats too. But it's like, oh, he's really bad, isn't he? He's like really, really bad, bro. Like, fuck. This was fun. No, dude, dude, this is too much for me. Now I have to like live with the burden. I have to like live with the freaking burden of knowing DSP, of being a DSP knower. Do you know how that feels to have to be a DSP knower? Yeah, you know more than you wanted to. Yeah. How do you think I feel, huh? How do you think I feel? I know way more. I know, in fact, I know too much. I know too much. It just pisses me off, like, that I like just seeing everything about him. It just like freaking, it pisses me off so bad, dude. Like, ignorance is bliss. I should have listened, bro. I should have listened. Why didn't I listen? Now I have to, dude, and it's like, I think my thing is like, I think it's the way he like responded to every valid criticism he ever received with the, oh, fuck you, it's not my fault, fuck you. Like, yeah, just like being a bitch, like just being like a total fucking bitch about it. Dude, this shit pisses me off, dude. I don't want to think about this anymore. I don't want to fucking think about this anymore. Like, fuck, bro. I want to watch something to bring my heart up now. What's live that's gonna make me feel better? It's gonna make me feel better, you guys. Yeah, fuck this shit. What's gonna make me feel better? The spoiled nothing is ever my fault. Who's live? Do you guys want to watch Henya? Do you guys want to watch Henya? I'm grimacing. You can't see it in my model. It's all up from DSP. Dude. You guys like Henya? Let's watch Henya. We need something. This was genuinely just a DSP stream, and now I feel so like, what is the word? It's like, so, what is it? Disillusioned. I feel so disillusioned now, bro. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do anything anymore. I'm perturbed, bro. I'm fucking perturbed. Okay, hold on. Here, we can get a little... Let me not forget a raid message, because I always forget them. Do that. Ooh. Ooh. And do that. There's a little raid message. There's a raid message. Look, I'll spam it. There's a raid message for you guys. But like, dude, you gotta tell... DSP is the grossest. I'm fleeing from DSP. We need something. Should be a palate cleanser. I'm trying to raid you guys into something wholesome. You know, something like nice and wholesome that you guys can enjoy. Because I think we all need that after watching 2 hours of DSP, bro, okay? Don't worry, it will probably be a normal stream tomorrow though. Don't worry. It should probably be a normal stream. I don't know, man. I'm a changed man after this, but yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow for a DSP free stream, okay?